Yay! How's it going? How's it going? Since it's early and barely anyone's here, I don't think anyone's here. Hey,
Oh no,
Kilroy!
Kilroy's here.
Yay! Hello, hello. How's it going? How's it going? I'm Godless Sewing. I don't even have my glasses on yet. How's everyone doing today?
Oh no.
How are you, Phoenix?
I am well. I
Awesome.
have pinned on my ribbon crochet lace to my new chemise. I'll sew that on tomorrow because I just wanted to show it off tonight. And the cats want snacks, so now that we're live, they can have snacks.
Commander, how are you?
I'm doing okay. Had a little bit of rough day at work, but I'm glad to be home. I got to go to work at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, so I got a little bit of time, and I enjoy hanging out here.
Awesome. Well, hopefully this will help your evening. How's everybody doing? To all the future people, I want to say hello. There's quite a few people who watch my streams after the fact, so I just want to say hello. I see you. And I utterly and completely appreciate all of you. So before we get started, even though it's early, hey Mark, how's it going? How's it going?
Hey.
Here at the Godless Sewing channel, we are all about sewing entertainment. Nothing here should be taken too serious, so please do not take any legal, spiritual, non-spiritual, medical advice, or, fill in the blank. I'm only here to have fun. I dress like Val Kilmer now. I have a terrible dress sense, but I love to sew. So, as we always say, if you get your feelings hurt, we have exits on both sides. That's a la izquierda and derecha. And speaking of which, my new stats have come through, and I would like to welcome everybody who lives in Mexico who watches the Godless Sewing channel. I see you as well. Hey, kids, how's it going? How's it going? I have quite a few people who watch me in Mexico and Russia and India.
They watch you in Russia?
Quite a few, to the point where it's in my thing. And every once in a while YouTube will tell you like so and so is subscribed. If it ever comes through, I look at that person's channel. If it ever comes through. And a lot of people from Russia have subscribed to my channel, quite a few, more than 10.
Check out the shills. Operator Starsky weekend updates. But keep it on the down low if you're in Russia, because you will get in trouble. But it's the truth.
There's one woman who I've been watching for over a year and a half, and I feel I can just see that she's like her life has changed because a lot of her content has changed. It's hard to watch. It's honestly hard to watch because I respect it. And I had a friend who was on the Turkey national hockey team, and all of a sudden she started popping off of Facebook and sending these nasty messages to people, and she started a new Facebook page, and she was like, the government has taken over like our Facebooks, and she's off of social media completely now. So having pen pals around the world is sad sometimes.
Erdogan sucks.
It just all goes back to why can't we just be friends? I just want to sing war. Like, is it war? Who sings that?
Yes. Yeah, I think
War.
I did yesterday.
What's it good for? Good God, y'all.
That's
But
right. You
no,
did.
really, those who start wars for no goddamn good reason, what's it good for? Those who resist those who start wars, that's a whole nother ball game.
On that note, should we take a moment to commemorate that 20 years ago today we invaded Iraq the second time?
Yeah, that was something that I was against. In fact, I was against that.
Why does it feel like it wasn't that long? It feels like it was yesterday. Was that really 20 years ago?
I
Yes,
woke
the
up.
number 2. Yep.
Wow.
I woke up, right? And I went to sleep, and Al Gore was president. I woke up and they said George Bush was president. And the first words that came out of my mouth, by hook or by crook, we will be in Iraq.
Well, he had to, excuse me, he had to finish his father's war, you know? That's what we do.
And I was against doing something like that because I thought war was only for defense of yourself and defense of your allies. And we squandered trillions of dollars, right? Thousands of American lives. And then the people who wanted to squander trillions of dollars and thousands of American lives are all of a sudden the peaceniks when it comes to Ukraine and Russia. They're saying, you know, it's just weird.
Well, you know, if it doesn't make money, then they won't promote it. In a couple of months, will be the 20th of my 20th anniversary of my tour in Iraq.
Yes, Skit Scratcher is a veteran, and I never had any problem with the veterans, and he's a really cool and great dude.
Kilroy, you know that this is a Pepsi house. The House of Sewing is a Pepsi house.
Yes, thank you, because Coke is crap unless it's made with the original flavorings.
I don't know what it is. It just seems so harsh to me. Like
It's just not good. Pepsi's way better. Unless I want Mountain Dew. Sorry, I'm like absconding your stream already.
Please do. No, please do. That's what we're here for. I had a Mountain Dew and Hawaiian Punch problem as a kid because it had a ton of caffeine in it. So when they took like the coffee amount of caffeine out of it, I was over it real quick.
Yeah.
It's hot today. It was rainy, but Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 53 degrees Fahrenheit.
I'm steaming. I'm like on fire right now.
You're always on fire. Stop bragging.
You know what? It's sad, but I do have an elevated body temperature. It's weird. So that does help me out in cold weather situations. But I think it's because I'm a desert dweller. It's one of those weird things. Before this stream is over, one of my weird goals is to make a giant hat because I was watching Gangs of New York the other day and I stayed up until at least I think 4 o'clock watching it this morning.
I think we've just created a Pepsi Coke war inadvertently.
I don't care what bloody one I get as long as I can get soda at the convenience store or the restaurant.
Pepsi Rose Coke Drools. I'm kind of bougie. Like I'm bad. If they're like, oh, we only have Coke products, I'm like, okay, I'll take a Sprite or its equivalent.
Right. Diet, please, though, because no calories, no problem.
Do you know what?
Epcot.
I'm really quick. I'm so glad you called it a Mexican Coke because I thought it was just a Southern Californian thing, but the Mexican Cokes taste better because they're made with cane sugar. They're not, soda isn't good for you, but they're better for you in a weird way.
At Epcot, they used to have, I called it the Coke Cave, where they had Coca-Cola products from all around the world, and you just buy like one Disney drink all day, and then whenever you were thirsty, you go back to the Coca-Cola Cave. And a lot of the foreign sodas tasted like shit to the American palate. But there were a few of them which were good, and that's what we would go for.
I really didn't.
Fanta. Oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead. Oh man, now you're making me think of like when I lived in Mexico. Like I became addicted to soda. I didn't drink soda until I was 25 because I had extremely strict parents, and when I went out in the real world, I didn't have the habit of drinking soda, so I didn't drink soda. You know, at all. But when I discovered soda in Mexico, I got hooked. But it's different in different countries.
Yep.
I wonder
They
if
had a fish soda in Japan. That fish soda, when I sampled it, it tasted like shit. So they had this apple cider soda from Germany, and it was actually one of the ones that I could easily tolerate. They didn't have any American flavors.
I'm trying to think. I've had some pretty odd things. I've had alligator, Rocky Mountain oysters, all kinds of weird stuff. But when I was in central Mexico, I made the mistake of eating a green tamale. If they're not, it's a cactus tamale. It's made of cactus. It's not necessarily for the American. It's not necessarily made for most Americans. I thought I needed to go to the hospital. Really, I was just sick. So
Was it
beware
all the capsaicin?
I think so. I think so. And also, I was consuming large amounts of alcohol. I
I
drink so
think
much
that
Mountain
might have
Dew.
been the problem, not the tamale.
Well, I never touched a green tamale again, and I never had that problem again. I drank so much Mountain Dew in my teens that it's a wonder I don't glow in the dark. Thank goodness I lost the taste for that. Same. There's a
Absolutely. My lunch used to be a Mountain Dew and the Little Debbie, the chocolate peanut butter wafer things, because I was in my disordered eating phase. So that's all I ate for lunch regularly.
Mountain Dew is notoriously shitty for the teeth.
Fortunately, my teeth were fine. It's my amazing ability to have very strong jaw muscles that was the bigger problem for my teeth, and that wasn't until 2 years ago.
To answer someone's question, I did not go to Germany. At Epcot, Coca-Cola had basically a cave there, an area where you walk through this ice cave, and then you'd enter into this area where they had Coca-Cola products from around the world.
Mountain Dew is addicting. It's addicting, Skids. It is.
I love it.
Hey, Liz. Hey, I was wondering where you were. Stay safe out there in reality.
And George Bush was president at the time I went through that place, so it might not even be there anymore.
But I heard they closed the Epcot ball. It's so, I don't know. I'm not a big Disney stan, so I shouldn't say anything.
Do you know, I'm not either, and I live within an hour and a half drive, and where I live, it's a big deal to have season tickets. It's a big deal.
Don't you think it's weird though, these adult single women or couples who just are obsessed with Disney but go there with no kids?
Yes.
Okay. Me too.
I'll tell you, I in my adult life, I haven't gone without a child.
Right?
Without my own, I should say.
Yeah, you need to clarify. You're I'm taking other people's kids to Disney.
Well, no, I take out Isaiah's cousins, my ex-wife's youngest one who's 3. He hangs out sometimes, that's my homie.
Right? I know.
I don't think it's completely weird, depending upon how many times you do it. Because give you an idea how many times I went to Disney World. For 15 years straight, at least twice a year. So for me, if I were to go back to Disney World, it would be kind of like a nostalgia thing and to see how things are. But thing is, I haven't been in Florida since 2006. So
honestly, the last time I went to Disneyland, I got kind of creeped out because I was with Isaiah. He was still a little guy. He was in the 5th or 6th grade. And I saw a lot of what I perceived as grown men walking around with younger women. And it creeped me out. I am damningly observant. It's one of the reasons I have the job I have. You can't pass inspection.
You mean You mean where the age difference was more than 10 years, right?
Yes, and where I live, like anything over 3 or 4 is illegal when you get near certain age ranges.
Right. Yeah. Or 0 years if it's
Yeah.
like 18 and 19. Like technically that's illegal.
So it creeped me out. So it didn't ruin the experience, but like my phone this time of year reminds me that we went this time of year. I took a gang of pictures and I would take selfies with people in the back because I'm like, go to my friends. I'm like, look, is it like, am I crazy? I ask people like, am I crazy? And they're like, no, bro, like that's strange. But I come from really overprotective places. Like you couldn't just do that around here.
You
My
shouldn't do that
grandfather,
even. Oh, sorry.
my grandfather was like 27 when he married my grandmother, who was 20. So there was about a 7-year difference between the two. And probably when you're getting past 10 years, it starts getting inappropriate.
Well, it's different
And
when they're
depending
adults.
upon the ages, because you've got someone who's 25 and they're dating a 15-year-old, that's wrong. You get what I mean, though.
Yeah.
I do have to push back a little bit. Only because my grandparents had a 11-year age difference, and I may or may not be 12 years younger than my human.
No, exactly. And my parents were significantly. My dad was significantly older than my mother, but he met my mother when she was like in her late 20s, I guess. And he
Yeah,
was
I was only 20, but
he was old.
I was at the bar at 20 because I knew which one to go to.
Here in Western Pennsylvania, we have an amusement park called Waldemere. It's nice and small, so you can bring your own food. Oh, that's awesome!
Ooh, including your own beer. BYO
I-
Beer, the amusement park. That's like Darien Lake.
I wish. I live near a magic mountain and they search you. And they have the real cops that search you as you walk in. My phone broke. Nothing dangerous. What did I miss? Oh no, we were just saying hello. I did the disclaimer. Nothing too serious. Seriously, I'm gonna buy you an OtterBox. I want to do a really quick commercial. I was in a very severe car accident to the point where my car was on fire with my phone in the car, and the OtterBox saved my phone to the point where when they finally towed my car, the flaming char, I grabbed my phone and it instantly started working again. So this is a non-sponsored spot for OtterBox. Spend the money for an OtterBox. They're real.
Can I do a non-sponsored plug for rolled hem feet because they are amazing?
Well, they make you big. Here at the Godless Sewing Channel, we all have hopes to be famous one day.
Exactly. Not that white exists anymore, so there's no way I can get a sponsor for them. But seriously, no pressing. And when I'm done, I will show you this beautifully rolled hem that I'm working on these pants that I've been procrastinating on for weeks because I haven't known how to finish the waistband because I'm terrified.
If Alibaba for a ball was here, Alibaba would probably know, but there's a company who bought out White. So White is still around technically. It's one of the big name brands too.
Ollie and Kilroy, those two know everything. Like, we need to get them on one of these days instead of just in the chat, because even if they don't have a video, I just want to hear them talk because I'm fascinated.
Beyond the blatant illegal age differences, I really don't care as long as two people are actually compatible and have an actual relationship there. I agree. Like my parents met each other, but they were later in life. My whole thing is to protect kids and animals, and anything else beyond that is none of my business. That's my MO. Oh, otter boxes are amazing, Butterfly. Like still to this day, I'm kind of shocked. I have the case right here. It's all ratty and blue and charred. I still have it. I still to this day. Because of my job, I have to have a hardcore case because I ran this phone over with a tractor, and because it was soft dirt, it survived.
Oh, thank you. This is the one I finished yesterday. Or I finished the oh, sorry, I'm talking to Liz. Finished the lace. I have to sew on the straps. They're just safety pin, but I was like, some of you saw this yesterday, so I should show it in its almost finished glory.
I've seen crazier crap in this world than cougars and sugar daddies. Speaking of which, the stock bot on Facebook needs to leave me alone. Okay, so I have this problem and I'm willing to admit to it. I accept anyone's friend request.
And now it's time to block this one.
Oh my gosh. But then, and also because of Facebook is different. Like if you have the same last name as me, I totally will accept your friend request. But some of these people are either robots or hate bots or catfish.
Yeah.
And
Well,
this
it's the people who are, the bots who are taking over other people's accounts and they don't realize it and using their same profile pictures and names, trying to get you to friend them.
And the problem is they're friends of people that like I want to be friends with, people from like my family in the South. Because the one thing Facebook opened up was the fact that in the South, there are thousands of people with the same last name as me, and my last name is actually rare on the West Coast. So I got connected with my family. I know more about the stories and less about the people, and so I love being connected with the people.
Yeah.
And it's weird to them to see like they call my family the West Coast Sewings, but really what they're saying is that we're really bougie. They're like the West Coast Sewings are this and that. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's literally east meets west.
I know there's a couple of people with my last name who are rich Jewish doctors in Los Angeles, but I'm not sure if we're related or not.
It's one of those weird things. Like my last name is oddly rare. So if you're an African American, because my last name is Swiss, we're related.
Oh, last and first names. I'm not going to dox myself, and I'm not going to say what famous news anchor mentioned someone who had the same first and last name as my dad's dad.
Oh wow.
But it was around the time that I eventually got half the overtime that everyone else got by bringing my birth certificate into work and being able to prove there was no Jews on my dad's side. But initially they got freaked out because they went and they Googled it, and some famous guy who used to be on MSNBC mentioned some dead Democrat activist from Pennsylvania with the same first and last name as my dad's dad.
Oh,
And they
wow.
got all freaked out.
At one time, I did a lot of acid and mushrooms in my teenage years. So sometimes I have these weird existential crises. And one time I was laying in bed and I opened up Facebook at like 3:30 in the morning. And it said, "Rest in peace, Mr. Sewing," with my full name there. And I'm like, oh, did I die?
Am I a ghost reading my phone in the afterlife?
And it was hundreds of people. And like, I have extremely vivid dreams. So I started freaking out because it was real life. I'm like walking around my house and it was somebody who's related to me, but he was significantly older. But we had the exact same name. It was creepy. It was.
Well, there was about my dad's dad died the 1970s, but he had the exact same job at the exact same courthouse and the exact same newspaper as this guy who died in like 2007.
My real name, I have the same name as a very, very famous professor. And I always laugh when I see people and they're like, wow, you're so successful, because they Google that guy and they think it's me.
You're like, don't you know we don't live in the same state? Did you
No.
not read the details closely enough?
And he looks more like my son. We're from the same gene pool. Like I know his life story, he knows mine, but he's more of the shade of my son. So we're not even like even close. We have the same face, but it's weird. It is weird. Really quickly, I want to go back to what okay, so I have been stepping back from Twitter because it's just becoming cloned people, because people like me who actually participated in it are stepping back. And so it's Twitter is just, it's like told Kilroy earlier, it's become international waters.
Kilroy, I'm not a bot. I really did follow you, and it really is me. I promise. I found you today because I was being a creeper. Sorry.
Did I die? LOL. I just kids don't do drugs, kids. If you listen to anything Sowen says, don't do anything.
Don't do anything illegal.
I eat existential crises for breakfast. I use
That's my
them
middle
as
name.
I use them as learning tools and something to teach myself. Like, okay, I'm panicking about this. Maybe I shouldn't go down this road again. Maybe I should try to see how I got here. I'm a parent, though. That's my thing. Like, I'm all about the teachable moment. Like, how did we get here? And how can we not repeat this again?
Learning from mistakes. What a new concept.
I know, but do you find it hard as a parent to have to step back and be like, I've made this mistake before, and I know, kid, that you're going to have to make the same mistake if you keep it to actually get the lesson?
Depending on what it is, I'll let them fall out of the nest. Depending on what the lesson is. If it's a harsh one, I'll tell the secret and be like, okay, this is what's gonna happen. And as far as like parental advice, like my son is stubborn, and so he'll be like, yeah, and then he'll come to me and be like, you were right. So my experience is batting 1,000 right now, especially in teenage years, because I was the total like emo kid. I changed my style 1,000 times. Like in the town, there's another Mark Short. It's causing some confusion at the post office because some online sellers won't send to the PO box we're both using. I'd find them and be like, hey, there can only be one, bro.
Right, I need my sewing machine parts. You need a different name. Sorry, kid. You are out. I need my new motor and wires.
Oh, Mark, we'd have to thing one and thing two it or something. Like, oh, man, I could not have that. Wait, what? You're actually teaching somebody instead of going off on them? Twitter can't. I'm big about that. I do it with myself. I'm big about like, okay, how can we not repeat this? Because I've made some mistakes in my life, and like not any irreprehensible ones, but I've made ones where I'm like, hey, I should have made a left when I made 3 rights, and 3 lefts make a right anyways, if anyone's paying attention.
Right, you're just farther down the road in a different place.
Yeah. Especially like we don't even have to get that deep. I used to be a speed demon. I was addicted to going fast. And after my car accident, guess what I don't do?
Speed.
On any vehicle. On any vehicle. I'm
right,
rooting.
Especially on your motorcycle, because that's like the scariest place of all to get into an accident.
Oh yeah, no, you die. Like where I live, no one wins on motorcycle accidents. The motorcyclist loses every time. So now it's just rootin', tootin', and scootin'. I go slow. I go slow.
That's it. It's okay.
Mark Short will get my rootin' and tootin' one. This town ain't big enough for the two of us. Like, no, I couldn't imagine. Like, not. I have my neighborhood was poorly planned, and I obsessively order Amazon packages. Okay, it's not a secret. And on every block they have the same numbers. And so in my neighborhood, sometimes I'll get a package from someone like 4 or 5 blocks over. But now I've educated the drivers, like, look at the name on the address and the name of the person.
I got a question for you. If my channel ever became big enough for me to get penguins on segways actually made with a radio control thing, would you buy one?
If it's a penguin, like, is it not a real penguin? Like a robot penguin?
It's just like a plastic penguin on a Segway.
Yeah, but I collect Chotskis.
I agree with you. Say it right. Sorry.
I agree with you, Gilroy. Go slow. It does. I'm wondering the other Mark Short is my cousin.
You need to change your name to King Mark Short.
I actually discovered a cousin being tough and running my mouth one time. I was in a crowd of people and we almost got into a fight. And I said my cousin's name because he's like a real toughie. And this guy was like, that's my name. And we sat down and we were in the same family. And it literally stopped the fight. It did, because we were like, holy cow, like and then he's my cousin and this guy, they still hang out because they have the same name, the exact same name. It's odd. The world is an odd place.
Right, they're like, Grandma's gonna get mad at us. We better stop.
That's real, dude. Where I'm from, like, we're more scared of our mothers than the cops. Still.
Right? Mama and the abuelitas and the tias are like, we're after you.
Yeah,
It's been
someone
ages
having. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Someone having my first, middle, and last name. I actually, according to the 2000 census, there's less than 200 people in America that actually have the first and last name together. So the
Gilroy,
odds of that happening are slim.
it's weird when you find people. I found someone that looked like me in West Hollywood. He worked at the Rolex store. And I walked in and I was like, you are the most beautiful human being I've ever seen in my life. Everybody in the store was like, that is your biker twin brother. And ironically, he was totally flaming gay. And we did the happy dance and we hugged each other. And like, we were like, oh, it was the Mutual Admiration Society.
Everyone has a doppelganger.
One of these days, I'm going to get a used motorcycle and wander around. Okay. So I did this with my father and a couple of cousins from Vancouver, Canada to Saskatoon, and it was the greatest thing I ever did in my entire life. Like I 5 stars. I'm holding up 10 fingers, but I would highly recommend get it. And you know what? For anyone who wants to get a bike, buy a crummy one because you're gonna drop it a couple times. And if you buy a $40,000 Harley, you're not gonna want to drop that thing.
You always want to be in the shop. Get an old Indian or something.
Well, that's true. Harley's ever since Harley was bought out by that Japanese company, they're better built.
Okay.
So get a Harley after a certain year. And it's so sad. When they were first bought out, I know so many people who were like, I am never gonna buy a Harley again. 10 years later, they're the same people who have brand new Harleys.
Good to know. Maybe there's hope for my baby lock.
Let me guess, it's quite a chore to lift a 400-pound bike.
That's why you see people on the weekends. I love seeing the weekend riders. That's why you see people standing next to their bike broken down on the side of the road all the time, because you can't pick it up and walk away with it. I have a question now for Sir Google. How much do the electric bikes weigh? Oh, the Kings game is on. Because part of me wants to buy an electric Harley, and I don't care if people judge me or not.
No, you might get a tax rebate in California.
Well, I just want a bike like that doesn't break down. I'll tell you the honest truth. Hey, Joe, how's it going? How's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. You're okay. I have a weird Sally Field story because she's loosely, like, weirdly related with my job, Butterfly. I have a picture of you in my head now. I've met her twice, and she did a video, like a PSA video for my job, and I'm in it with my weed whacker and driving the tractor and everything, like a good country young man from the country. Hey, Joe. Yeah, Sally Fields is she loves taking care of people with special needs. Japanese companies actually care about quality most of the time. It's not like very true. It's not like the US where the number one priority is paying off the CEO's fifth swimming pool. True. That's why Japanese bikes are still on the road to this very day. Cars. I recommended my son to buy not to buy. I told him, like, if you ever buy a truck and I'm not around, get a Toyota. It'll run.
I know you can run a Subaru for 200,000 miles if you keep it in good shape.
Exactly. Sally Fields is she absolutely loves people with special needs. She is a good human being. And in a really weird way, my job has this weird connection with the WNBA, but I've never met Brittany Griner, but Candace Parker and everybody else who played for the Sparks are the nicest human beings you've ever met in your life. Stand-up human beings, and they are all like when I say they're 6'6", like they are literally all 6'6". How did you feel about Brittany Griner? I wonder what she's doing. You know, she was like rumored to be dating all these people, but the truth is she just goes and hangs out at NBA games now because she's like,
Right, I thought she was married to a lady.
she is.
I think that whole I think that whole thing was a piece of crack for so many reasons, but don't bring drugs into countries where it's illegal. 2, you played there for years and years, so you should know the laws. And 3, why are we leaving that school teacher there who's been there longer? Like, oh, she's famous because the WNBA, but we leave the school teacher and the military person there in the gulags and bring her home instead. I'm kind of pissed.
I agree with you. I lived in Mexico, and if you cross the border into Mexico with drugs, they're gonna look at you like you're crazy and throw you in jail for life forever.
Yeah, and that's also don't go to places where there's no habeas corpus.
Oh, I'm laughing because if you take race out of it, it's like because I'm from California, I don't like it when rich people get away with things.
Right, exactly. That's yes.
So like because we constantly equivocate. We'll say, oh, because of this and this and this and this. It's somebody who has more money than the rest of us, who literally is an upper echelon.
Yep, getting special privilege.
Yes, like I got sued by my neighbor for going Karen, and I literally just won my 4th case. And if I didn't have a lawyer, I would have gotten in a lot of trouble. So basically, in America, if you don't have money, you're gonna end up in jail. If you leave your weed at home, absolutely, Joe, absolutely.
Yeah, that too. Right.
Be back
You can buy it there, just don't bring it with you through the airport. Or it was weird in Chicago. At the Chicago O'Hare Airport, there was a drop box that you could like drop your weed off in, and I'm like, A, I don't have any, but B, why would I do that on your cameras?
Yeah, and C, can I have the collector's job? I will sign to be like, can I be the guy that collects it and disposes of that box?
Yes, please sign me up.
And that's like pop from around the world. Mark, I hope you get that job. I do a lot of side welding jobs. Like putting in wrought iron fences is a big deal around here. That's how I make a lot of my like talking trash money.
I would like a Lyra, please.
I found out that Mexico banned all outdoor smoking, even cigarettes and cigars. I found that out and I said, well, Mexico. Okay, so Mexico PDA is illegal. Like
you mean public displays of affection, PDA?
Yes. And
weird. Are they that Catholic or that prude?
C, Alex.
Okay.
I'll take C for 100, Alex. Yes. And they're so Catholic that the Presbyterians were slowly taking over, and they literally kicked the Presbyterian church out of the country, and they're kicking the Mormons out too. Because
good riddance, because most of them are Americans.
Mexico does not play like that's why I'm lucky that time that I got caught on the border with me and my friend. They just treated us like college kids. We got lucky. It's a foreign country. People do not realize, like in America, we have all these freedoms. Nothing will make you appreciate them more than going to a foreign country. You know, they just have different laws and different standards. And you know what? Like there's things that you can't do in Canada that you can do in America and vice versa.
Yeah.
Like my son's BB gun would be considered illegal in Canada.
Well, Canada's got their own weird issues right now. Where's Alibaba to stand up for Canada right now? But they're hurting right now.
And he needs that BB gun during the summer when he comes to the job for me, because we have to keep the eye out for real life rattlesnakes.
Right. I was gonna say raccoons and rattlesnakes. He's doing a public
They're-
service and a safety watch.
But yeah, Kilroy, Mexico doesn't play. Like it's if anyone who wants to go live in a conservative country, I will put a stamp on your head like Nurble and mail you to Mexico. Garfield style. They do not joke around. I'm trying to think if there's a bunch of countries that are like that. The Philippines.
Oh yeah,
Bali-
Thailand, China,
Bali.
Korea.
Yeah, oh yeah. I still watch a lot of Australian television, and I think it's Bali, where Australians go to Bali not realizing that it's like their version of Mexico, like not realizing it's a party place, but once you go outside of the tourist area, it's one of the most conservative places you've ever been in your life, you know?
Right. And I think they also have no habeas. Like, make sure you can get back to your own country.
Yeah. Illegal in Canada, any kid can buy one at Walmart for $30. It's true. It's because of the speed. I was so shocked when I found that out because we have high-powered BB guns, but ours are the ones we use in this house are meant for a tool. We keep marmots away.
I loved it. Finish.
Oh, sorry. If you try to bring drugs into Singapore, they'll smite your ass. Hold on. Let me dig in the memory files. I believe his name was Michael Fay. He was caned for bringing in drugs when I believe, in elementary school, junior high-ish.
I think it was graffiti.
Yes, yeah.
And it was a big deal. They were like, Bill Clinton's going to let the people in Singapore carry out their own laws without, and then you realize it's another country. Like, these assholes want to go ahead and declare war on Mexico because of the cartels. Well, they're bringing drugs into this country. Most of the people who go to Mexico to bring drugs into America are American citizens muling it. Over 80%.
Ladies trying to go for their tummy tuck 2 weeks ago.
No, those ladies weren't. But that was horrible.
No, they really were drug dealers. They were really drug dealers.
And they thought that they were Haitians because right now in Mexico, the Haitian drug dealers are clashing with the Mexican drug dealers, and the only way they can tell the difference because they all speak Spanish.
They all are not white.
And then that's the thing. So when they see an African looking person, they're instantly like, "Oh, that person's Haitian," because Haitians speak Spanish.
Right, and there's a huge Haitian refugee population in, right over the border.
Well, right now
in South Florida, I used to live there. There was huge, and you'd have the Cubans sitting like the Haitians, and the Haitians sitting like the Cubans. And then in Latin America, you have people with lighter colored skin who are shit to people with darker colored skin. And most of the people who live in Cuba actually have a darker complexion, and most of the Cubans who escape Cuba have a lighter complexion.
Right, along that tangent, there's a whole bunch of lighter skinned people in Argentina and Venezuela who were Jews who left Europe and went to Venezuela and Argentina. Or may not be my family.
I actually grew up with somebody who is Argentinian and they're Jewish, but his entire family is Argentinian. I actually can see his house from my house. It's someone I've known my entire life, and they were refugees. And his brother lives in Israel, and in a weird way, his brother is friends with my friend who lived in Haifa. And when I went there, that's who I visited.
Yep.
Yeah. Small world. Small world. I would never go to Singapore, Kilroy. That makes me cringe just thinking about what happened to him because I spit a lot. I wouldn't last 10 seconds in those countries because when I was a kid, I used to talk like this, but I got speech therapy to open my mouth. And so I spit a lot because I'm one of those Sylvester type of people where if I don't enunciate my words, I sound like this.
Right, and the Arab countries, we have to remember to not show the bottoms of your the soles of your shoes.
Yes, I would be done. I would be done.
Right, don't cross your legs.
I had a niece who went to Egypt, and she was part of this nurse exchange program. And long story short, like they do not respect women, and I'll just flat out say it. But when she went to this one house, like she was a foreign exchange, she said that she was staying at this house, and she asked the woman for some water, and the woman told her son, get this young lady some water, and the son said no, and the mom took the son out to the side, beat him, and made the kid bring her water. And so they're not as not progressive as we think they are, but
Right, some of them are working on it, but it's not everybody.
But I always thought that was interesting because she said they had to have male people with them, so because they wouldn't be able to catch a cab, order at restaurants, and as a man you don't notice these things because people look you in the eye and treat you, and just you can do whatever you want in these countries,
Right.
Especially if you're someone of my complexion, they're like, oh, he's a tourist, welcome home. But if you're a woman, they utterly and completely treat you like garbage. It's weird. I've been to 17 different countries. We're all fun, no problems. And that's the thing. As a man, they treat you differently. It depends on what country you've been to. I refuse to go on a plane, so either I'm traveling in the U.S. or Canada. Okay, so my grandfather, after World War II, refused to fly on a plane. He was there in D-Day. He actually made 4 or 5 jumps, and it traumatized him so much that he never went on a plane again. But he took my grandmother on cruises around the world. So there are ways to go around the world.
I know, but the listeria and Norwal virus on cruises scares the crap out of me.
I know. I was just, the second I said it, I'm like, well, they got modern problems too.
I know.
It is true, though. It is extremely true. And that's one of the reasons I used to. Isaiah's been on 4 or 5 cruises. I used to be a cruiser, and ever since 2020, I probably will never go on a cruise again.
Down in Florida, when I lived there, every goddamn week there'd be a ship full of tourists barfing their brains out.
You gotta. Not everybody's born with sea legs.
No.
I mean Norwalk virus. And
Right, yeah, the
have all these
viruses
sick
and
ships.
seasicknesses. Yeah.
I have a lower immune system. It scares me. Oh, that's awesome. You got married in Bulgaria, Joe.
Yeah, I want to go to Eastern Europe so bad. Oh, the homeland.
I'd act like it was the COVID lockdown again if it was on a cruise. Laugh out loud, stay in my damn room, and have to put together a doggy bag for every meal. They have great food on cruises, though. You get spoiled. I used to take like quality cruises, like Viking, because I took a few Carnival cruises, but those are booze cruises. If you find a good
for the
deal,
kiddos.
Well, I'm very Picard. When I was young, I partied hard. I was a monster. And in my old age, I'm literally drinking tea. I'm literally drinking Earl Grey and get off my front lawn kind of thing, Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How's it going there?
Awesome.
Now that you're here, I'm going to start making my Abe Lincoln hat.
I know, Skits, I wanted to say, because if you've got cats, be careful with your thread, because cats sometimes thinks they're toys, and my auntie may or may not have had to take her cat into the vet for intestinal strangulation, who they tried to eat one of her spools of thread, so keep your thread locked. Keep it in the gun safe.
Don't got any cats currently, but noted.
Okay, fair.
Absolutely, Kilroy. I'm a caffeine addict. So anything that's leaded, I'll drink it. I like switching up I drink so much coffee, I switch it up every once in a while. Tea makes me feel like an adult.
Makes me feel like Patrick
That
Stewart.
should be. Just don't drink inhuman amounts of it, because some teas have oxalate in it. And while you can handle a little bit of it, I had a friend who almost killed himself by just binge drinking tea. It's kind of the oxalate gets into your kidneys, and the same thing happens with
Spinach and beets.
Oh, really?
but also with antifreeze.
Makes little crystals and starts destroying all your organs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kidney stones. You know, those fun little rocks that you piss out that I have heard are worse than labor.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with green tea, Liz. Ew. I need to write all of this down. It's so sad that like I'm so unhealthy that my son is a health nut. I had to give him a speech today. I was like, kid, you better add a chocolate sundae to your diet. You're killing me with all this wheatgrass and healthy stuff. Like, because I went to the store with my mom and my son, and like my mom looks at me and she's like, bro, your kid is making both of us look bad. He's healthy. Like, he's healthy.
Yeah, she's making Abuelita look bad. Then you know you're both in trouble.
Well, it's because like my mom's old school Hispanic. Like, she cooks with lard, and like her beans are medicinal. Then leave them in the pot. Oh, that's mold on top. Scrape it off and keep going. Just making penicillin. We're just making penicillin. Keep going.
So the other day, I think on Phoenix's channel, I think I told you about how this guy came up to me and said, I don't want to insult you, but have you lost weight? Right. So I was like, it was like, oh, riding high, a little confidence there, and I swear to God, today I run across another guy and he's like, have you gained weight?
I feel like I just got over the coof. I started eating again. Leave me alone.
I'm like, man,
there's no winning.
Do you know the only reason it bothers me is because I was like 170 pounds up until my late 30s. And now I'm like in the 2-something, and I'm still skinny at 200 something, but people would walk up to me and be like, are you okay? Are you ill? No, bro, I'm just skinny. Okay. And my pops was rail skinny. Like, he was rail skinny. Like, it's just, I hit the genetic lottery and, won in this one case.
I don't know. It's kind of a mixed bag. Like, my human would not survive the famine, but my family is like, you want fat and want the curves? We've got you covered. we've got enough to last, which has got its own problems associated with it.
I think that's the thing. On the other side of my family, they're extremely stout people. And so they look at me, they're like, well, we're in the same gene pool. Why are you such a stick?
I just got the badge. I got the other genetic draw of the sticks.
He'd make me look like it's okay, like a filthy degenerate. I'm all about cheese, Crisco bread, canned shit, bog shit, chocolate milk, Fritos, tacos. You're making me hungry.
I know, Courage. You want to come live at my house?
Literally have
I will put you up.
Literally have Stouffer's mac and cheese heating up in the oven as we speak.
Same. And I think that's the
mac and cheese.
I think that's part of the problem. That's one thing Isaiah has encouraged me actually cooking like an adult. Because he's turned into Eddie Murphy's mom, where he's like, well, let's just make this at home. You want McDonald's? I can make McDonald's, Speaking of which, I went off on this yesterday, and I'm gonna do it again.
Fair. We need that. Everybody heard it yesterday.
I need to I'm gonna try to send myself the picture. First off, is paying $60 a lot for a mat? So mine's the standard Fiskars 23, 24, 25, whatever the standard Walmart size was. I went looking for another one because I've cleared up my desk where now I can actually spread out and actually make clothes on my desk like I intended to. But when I saw that the mask was the mask, gosh, I'm looking at my mask that I wore to the store today. My mat, when I saw how expensive it was, I took a picture. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna be a Karen, but I'm gonna take a picture like a Karen. And I thought it was crazy. Thank you. And it was $40 for one that's the normal size that I have. That's literally here, I'll make myself big. I'm a YouTuber.
Yeah.
Kind of know.
Nope, that's me, big.
I kind of know what I'm doing. Okay. So this mat that I have here is the standard size. This is like, I got this at Walmart. I got a rotary cutter and a pair of Fisker scissors. My camera is way high up. So this is actually on a really big desk. So this is standard size. They wanted $40 for something like that's this size. I paid $20 for it a couple years ago. It's not that long. Maybe I'm just
What
old.
cell phones do you own?
Get out my business.
You don't need a mat. Just cut on the hardwood floor. Or
I'm
the
a rapper,
linoleum.
okay?
You don't
I'm
need
a rapper,
mat.
okay?
Just start simple. You got to learn how to sew first, then you can invest in a mat.
You're fresh out of jump school.
Right? You barely have to know how to open that parachute.
Well, the pink one is for my job, and I had to get a case that could distinguish between the two. And yeah, I got pink. Judge me. No one says a word to me in public either when I pull out my pink phone. Say something to me about it.
Bring it on. I dare you.
See, that's my thing. Like I think how we gender everything is ridiculous, but I'm just old. I don't care. My father had a man purse. Like I'm from a different generation, like
No, gender is a social construct. We used to paint my brother's toenails. He used to ask to wear his pantyhose and nails, and he is the manliest man with clearances that you would not believe in this day and
Exactly.
age. Like, you can play and experiment, but not be something that you're not.
And you're absolutely right. It's completely a social construct. Like, how many times back and forth has the gender roles and just the colors have changed? Like pink used to be a masculine color back in the day.
I know, they used to look so cute with those pink ties and purple pinstripes and like seersucker pants. Let's bring that back. God, let's stop laughing at me.
No, I'm laughing because you said seersucker. I can't say it correctly.
Seersucker?
I can't say it correctly. Am I wrong? But weren't high heels invented by butchers?
Right, so they didn't step in the goop.
Yeah, I heard like ancient China or something like that,
King's Court.
I keep thinking the Sacramento Kings, but you're probably like different king.
The LA Kings.
Is that Sacramento? I'm not even a Lakers fan, and the Sacramento Kings is blasphemy around here.
What?
Crazy.
Sweet 16? What are you talking about? Sorry.
Crazy, I didn't know that. Liz is our favorite time traveler. I think he might be a little behind again. But yeah, in Canada, they legally are the BB guns that you buy at Walmart are illegal in Canada because they're considered high-powered rifles. Because of it's because they shoot a certain feet per second. Purple is my favorite color. It was also the favorite color of a guy I used to work with and spent 20 years in the submarine service. That's what I'm saying.
Aww.
My pops was the toughest dude I knew, and he did a ton of metro stuff. It's all a construct.
I could not live on a submarine.
That reminded me today.
Underwater that much. Sorry, Skits.
Oh, no, I interrupted. I apologize.
Oh, that's old school. I grew up going to the Kansas City Kings in the 1970s. That's awesome. Hey, how's it going?
Unfortunately, one of the just today, one of the few actual submariners that I knew from, he was a submariner from back in the day, Vietnam era. He just passed today. So
I'm sorry.
it was real sad. He was a good guy, and yeah, it's just reminded me because he's one of the very few submariners, especially that era that are around in the area. It's a real niche Navy job, and that's there's no way I couldn't do it.
I was about to say, like, I spent my whole life around Navy people, and I only know like 2 or 3 people that have been like real submariners.
It's like I was a paratrooper. I'll jump out of a plane, but don't stick me in a tube in a tin can under the water. You know?
Right? I'll be in a tin can and jump out of it, but don't make me sit there for 90 days straight.
I'm not
For real.
claustrophobic. I could do that. I'm not claustrophobic. I could, because I think about that all the time. Like, what's the difference between being in a submarine and being in outer space?
Nothing.
Not much.
Because if the
Pressure
whole-
out or in.
Yeah, if the hull cracks, you're done. Either way, you know?
Exactly.
There's some South Asian cultures where it's acceptable for straight men to walk around holding hands. In Italy, everyone kisses each other. In
Yeah, but
Europe,
they're also gross. I was in Italy when I was 18, and the 40-year-old men were a little creepy.
I'm not saying it's not. See, I'm an American. I'm repressed. Like, we were founded by the Puritans. Like, I'm
Yeah.
like hide your shame kind of person. Even as an atheist, I'm like, no, cover it up.
Yeah. And Commander, like you're right, in a lot of the Muslim countries in the Middle East, it's very common to see men holding hands. Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
weird because they're so anti-gay there, but it's perfectly kosher to be like,
Yeah, but what they consider, I like that. Are those your oh, you totally reminded me. I fixed my overalls today. Those are awesome.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
I was just holding these up to check because I just hemmed the bottom, and I think now that the top is done, I need to put a waistband, but I think I've got it cut and Loki sitting on it. For waistband that's a few inches shorter with grommets, and then that like sailor style button flap top in the front because I'm obsessed with that look right now.
I really like
I
that
know-
pattern though.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a classic, like that 3 or 4 button, like naval style. You open it and you drop your drawers, or
Sounds like the Navy. Oh.
right. I know. Usually
In
you
the
just whip it up, but I don't have
Navy.
that part, so I have to have enough so I can like get out to like pee with the parts I have.
There's so many things that I could say that I'm holding back that I'm not going to say. I
It's
finished my
it's your stream. You could do what you want. I
No,
don't think I'm
because-
incite with violence.
no. I have the Village people stuck in my head. Now they're just second. I said in the Navy. Hey, you know what? That song still holds up. YMCA is a banger. That is a hard tune. I still listen to it. Judge me.
I'm not. I did the
They
dance and you
want
knew
you.
exactly
They
what I
want
was
you.
doing. It's like rah rah Rasputin, lover
I love
of
that
the
song.
Russian queen.
You know what, Dress the Ape? We all do. We all do. Let's bring masculinity back. Holding hands, just like my man, my onesie. There's nothing more manly than a denim onesie. I'm gonna bring that back.
Manzi.
Yeah. Well, it all started. Now that my sewing skills are 1,000 times better, I'm gonna make one. When do you remember
A
when people?
mankini?
Well, no, when people started freaking out about the male rompers.
What?
So a couple years ago, I am in a extremely conservative circle, and so I know a lot of people. Every time there's a fashion change or something, they freak out to make fun of people, and I know quite a few people that freaked out about man rompers. They're just, and let me tell you, on a hot day, I'm gonna wear a man romper. They are the greatest things on planet Earth.
I love that. I love them, but I need to like put buttons and have a split crotch on them because I have to be able to pee.
That's all my phone's going off.
I don't like taking off all my clothes to use the facilities. It bugs me.
Fair.
I'm like that. If I'm in public, I don't like doing that. I agree. If I'm out the house, I don't care.
Depends on how bad you have to go, and sometimes you're like, I'm in a rush. Maybe
Because
that's
I wear
me.
coveralls. I wear coveralls all the time. And what's the difference between that and a man romper? I agree.
Nothing. As long as they got the slit so you can like get the bits out to do your business, unless you got to do the other business, in which case you're kind of SOL. But
I call my coveralls my lazy clothes. I love, and my gray ones, I look like a fighter pilot. I love my coverall.
I know, I love that like Rosie the Riveter industrial look. It just is not practical.
I learned I'm learning to sew. My mom's old sewing machine. My first project will be the jumper she made me as a kid. That's awesome.
It's so sweet. Oh,
I revitalized a sweater that somebody who got me into sewing is Linda, the person I talk about all the time. I've known her so long that she made me a sweater that's so small. Said that's how long I've known her.
and how much you've grown since then.
Yeah. I was a butterball though. Like I was a butterball as a kid.
Oh,
It was a different
me
time.
Too.
We smoked cigars as kid, walked up school, uphill both ways with shoeboxes on our feet.
No, we used to have to go to shop in the Husky Kids section at Hess's.
Who made that a thing? Like who was like, okay, this is gonna be the Husky section and we're gonna ridicule these people forever.
I think it was like the Depression era folks because I don't know. Do
you think people have become more sensitive? Like certain words are more triggering if you say something to somebody?
Yeah, I think we've gotten soft and wet behind the ears.
I think about this all the time because the way that my parents spoke to me as a kid, I jokingly say this to my mom all the time, but it's kind of true. I tell her by today's standards, she'd be doing like 10 years in prison. Because go ahead, Commander.
I think the reason why people are so sensitive right now is because on one hand, you do have that sensitivity problem. On the other hand, you have half the population trying to normalize Nazis. So,
That I
or
agree
at
with
least,
I keep on forgetting that you're not on Twitter. On my Twitter, there's a picture. Seriously, let me see if I can pull it up because I don't even know if I can say those words on stream anymore. But
kill Nazis like your grandfather did.
I love that.
I think you have to say Yahtzee and you're good to go. We're playing Yahtzee here, not anti-Susan, whoever the new chappie is.
But I'm like
Yahtzee.
that's my whole thing of not understanding in general. So I agree with you. Like I saw and that's another thing. That's why aren't you Twittering? Oh, do I have to click this? I rarely go on Twitter on my computer. What? Why aren't you doing anything? Maybe because I don't know how to navigate my own. Oh, there we go. I don't know how to navigate Twitter on my computer.
That's the only way I have it loaded. I refuse to load it on my phone. I want to know when I'm getting into trouble.
I need to know when people are buying my crypto. Oh.
You're right.
I knew it wasn't you. The second that I saw that, I was like, "Oh, Skits got hacked."
I didn't even know you for that
coin.
long, but I concur. Sorry, Commander. Go ahead, honey.
Can you guys see that?
Oh, I love that.
I think it's awesome.
I still wear this in public, and if anyone says anything, I will turn around and say something to you. Because if you don't agree with me, then there's something wrong.
No, that's true. My grandfather got drafted into the Russian army of all bizarre places because they lived in Poland. But that's another story and family details that I shouldn't be saying.
I made that by hand. In like piece by piece, I had it in this giant hoop, and piece by piece, I was making it in front of my son's elementary school. Every person who made the mistake of walking up to me, they were like, "What do you mean? Oh, that's nice." And then they'd walk away.
That's nice.
Oh, they didn't know what to say, so they were trying to be polite.
Like when I used to, now Isaiah's homeschooled, so it's different. But like I would always bring a book with me because I am that parent that sticks out. And when you have a special needs child, you have to walk up to the school and physically pick up your child.
Right, make sure they get to you and get back, or they might get lost on the way.
And so I would always bring a book with me to avoid the Karens, Susans, and yuppies in general. But I made lifelong friends. Like I made some really cool lifelong friends, but I would sew up there as well. So I wouldn't bring my battle vest though because they're violent and they have curse words on them. But like I would make patches, my San Francisco patches, all that stuff. I miss those days.
I know. Can you make me a CYC patch?
I'm gonna go get my freaking brother. My PE 535 needs to be put in the pet cemetery and resurrected because I can't let that thing die.
Just can't.
People
I'm
don't
gonna have to have a jacket made just like that, where it says "Kill Yahtzees" like your grandfather did.
I seriously love that.
That's my only real Twitter claim to fame. That's one of my most clicked on pictures. That and the Confederate flag where I put a giant big black dong on it. That was like my most viewed ever. You haven't seen it? I forget that I'm in a different crowd. Hold on, let me go
No,
grab
I
it.
haven't. I'm new to this. I'm new to your
I-
scene, relatively. So we spend 6
How am I
hours a
not
week together for the
subscribed?
past
Yeah,
month.
exactly. Well, I haven't busted out the flag, my Confederate flag, in a while because they haven't been as loud as the Yahtzees have been lately.
Fair.
I gotta get a stool because I'm only 5'9".
Shut up.
Is that with or without the Shatners?
I will hear none of it because I lie when I say I'm 5'1".
Oh.
Oh, here, let me go get my new boots. I'll be BRB.
Oh, they
PRP.
again. Man. Oh man, we're killing it tonight.
That's better.
I've been.
For anyone... Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
For anyone who lives in Calgary, the Los Angeles Kings are smoking the Calgary Flames right now, 4-0. Back to you, Commander, here at this Godless Selling Sports Desk.
Oh, I was just gonna say when you were speaking of, I've been making 3D models of Marjorie Taylor Greene and the 3D models of Trump, and they're going to be in the next video.
Nice.
Awesome.
I look forward
Back
to
in
it.
the day, it was perfectly normal to wash a kid's mouth out with soap. Oh man, I know what Dove tastes like.
For me, it was Ivory soap. It tastes like shit.
Be careful. My grandfather killed Nazis. I'm uploading his war pics on Instagram. Absolutely. Mine did as well. I constantly flash his service pictures.
Sorry, Bug.
That's where I got the
Oh.
idea from in the first place.
Come back, Bug.
I met this. I was getting a haircut the other day, and I don't know how the conversation switched to Ukraine, but it did. And apparently, one of the ladies there, she and her family was from Ukraine, and she came over, and I started to talk to her as I was getting a haircut, and she was telling me that she doesn't remember much from it because they fled when she was real young. From for persecution and whatnot. But when she came over, her family didn't want to associate themselves as being Ukrainian, not because they were ashamed of being Ukrainian, but apparently, especially at the time, everyone just associated them with Russia and the USSR, and there was a lot of anti-Russian sentiment back then, and so they apparently it was very common that a lot of the immigrants back then just associate with another country. Like she told me, like I didn't know Alex. Like apparently Alex Trebek, yeah, the infamous Canadian that he is, was Ukrainian, and it's very interesting. And
Yeah,
but
there was
anyway,
a big push early in the turn of the last century. Canada was like paying Ukrainians to come and move there, so there's a huge Ukrainian population.
oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what. There's a couple of Ukrainian bands I like to listen to sometimes. That's how their family got to Ukraine. Left Ukraine and ended up in Kanakistan. I mean Canada.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so I made this a while ago on Twitter, and the original head.
Nice boot.
What's
Jesus
that?
Christ.
We'll get
Oh,
there. I need
just
a
boots,
big
sorry.
shot for these. These are big boots.
Sorry.
The original head that I had on the flag was so offensive, Twitter took it down. So I made it more of a round rocket ship cartoony head, and it's the most viewed picture that I have on Twitter. So this is the second head I put on it.
So you had to go and make it circumcised versus.
This is a headless head.
Oh, that is crazy. I love
Oh,
it.
yep, trimmed behind the ears. That looks the way I'm used to seeing them.
So I put a big black dog
Hey,
on
girls.
it. No, my father was like, he was from Savannah, Georgia. He had extreme Southern pride. I'm from Southern California. I do not.
Yeah.
So the second I found that flag, I was like, I'm going to deface this. I am going to deface this flag.
All right, make me giant for a second.
Your boots look like they're my height.
They make me your height.
Oh, those are
Criminy.
awesome.
Oh, can I get the heel? Oh, yes, these are performance. Don't wear out of the house. Ah!
Ah! Good
Looks painful.
You're flexible.
I was gonna say that, but
Where am I?
oh, you breaking
I'm-
shit.
I am
Thank you.
oddly double jointed, and so
Yeah.
I like it takes one flexible person to spot another. I'm like freakishly double jointed. Makes me really popular at certain parties. But
Ah,
besides
okay.
that, it's not a good skill to have.
I'm back. Yeah, these are my like fancy rolling around on the floor hooping boots.
Those are awesome. Those are
$15
awesome.
at
Very
the
cool.
Goodwill.
Nice.
I'm in
I'm gonna make you
love.
big. I'm gonna make you big again.
These
That's
boots
awesome.
are
Huge.
made for walking.
I know these boots are
No,
not
they're
made
not.
for walking, but they've got that like old-fashioned rider military style. So I'm thinking of like short pants and a swan tail coat to go with them because I don't know, those boots need a whole outfit.
You're reminding me. I have about 3 pairs of boots I need to be resold. And there's a boot place by my house, and I need to take advantage of it because those places don't exist anymore.
So while it's
it's
still there.
Yeah, cobblers are lost skills.
And the only reason I haven't walked out in there is because of my own speculation, because part of me is like, this has to be expensive because he's the only guy within like 30 miles that has this skill. And I live in LA County, guys. Like,
No, I got my boots re-zippered, and I think it was only $30 per zipper. So I spent what, $8 on Italian leather boots and spent $60. I spent more to get the zippers and the soles done than I spent on the boots.
but there's a couple pairs of boots I don't want to just have them fade away to obscurity. And plus,
Yeah.
my boots are work tools as well, so they're not
It's
just.
a
I don't
business
have them
expense, so just go do it.
because I
Just
I
do it.
spend a good $100-$200 for a pair of boots, but my Wolverines have lasted me years and years and years and years. So they're worth spending that much money.
Absolutely, because they don't make stuff like that anymore. Come on, Loki,
No.
stop scaring me.
Especially like I need something that I can that's rated for getting fire on it. I need something that I can literally put a torch on and wave
Yes.
it over my foot.
The Kevlar lined boots. Actually, I need a Duvetine Kevlar blanket.
Damn right, Skits. This room is a boot graveyard. Because I don't throw my boots away. leather is funny, and leather can totally be repurposed.
I know I've got a long leather opera coat that I need to start wearing again.
Got a lot of boots.
You do.
Right, rated for grenades and IEDs.
Mostly, yeah.
I can't believe I pulled the flag down. I was thinking about making a cape out of this,
That would be great.
but then it'll be sideways. I'd have to like make it, have this as the top of the cape. But
There
then
you go.
when I made my Godless Sewing cape, it already looked like a Confederate wedding dress.
Oh, there was no hoop skirt. Did it really look like a Confederate wedding dress with the hoops and bustles?
That's just me making fun of myself. I just like that's just my self-deprecating
And my poor knowledge of 19th century fashion.
You know, in a weird way, I was watching I watched the weirdest crap. I was watching a Lonesome Dove remake with Carl Urban. I'm addicted to buying the $5 DVDs at the Walmart, like in the bin or at like CVS.
Yeah.
But I am looking at all their like, so when movie studios they kind of decided what people in the 1800s look like, because a lot of people don't even dress how they do in the movies. People didn't even have that kind of money, you know. Everybody kind of dressed the same in the West in the 1800s, you know. But their cowboy styles are really flamboyant. So I love watching these movies because I'm like, unless you were rich, no cowboy would have afforded the hats or the clothes that they were wearing. But someone in the wardrobe department went off making all all the stuff from 1890.
I know. Well, we could make a bad Jewish joke about now, but I probably won't for Commanders.
Didn't they poke fun at that in the second Back to the Future where Marty McFly and the professor go in there? What do you dress like?
That is one of the greatest scenes of all time. And then when Doc was like, "Who dressed you?" and he's like, "You did."
You did.
Oh, Butterfly. Yesterday I connected the bottom of my overalls together. And so I had to spend like a half an hour taking them apart. It was awful.
I feel for you. Or like when you right, we talked about this yesterday, cutting the same side twice and not having two rights or two lefts, or setting your sleeves in wrong, or when you put pants together and you put the one leg into the other leg and sew up the crotch seams at the last, and you get them backwards. I hate putting pants together that way. It's like, it makes me cry. It's so painful. The many of times I've effed that up.
Same, to the point where I literally almost jumped out of my chair when you said that. I traumatized myself so much that I pay attention ever since then, because I pride myself on the fact that I don't make mistakes. For the amount of J's that I smoke, I should be making way more mistakes. And so I'm always like, I could do this in my sleep. And I embarrassed myself. I stood there in awe of my own stupidity on that day. I was like, wow. Because in my mind, I get preoccupied, and I'm sewing an autopilot and thinking about something else. I'm like 15 steps ahead of myself,
Right. And then there's the things where you're like, I need to actually just pay attention to this one thing, because no matter how many times I've done it, I will F it up unless I sew it differently. There will be the seam ripper coming out.
Oh my gosh. I was like in awe. I shamed myself that day. But that coat, and the funny thing is, I absolutely love that coat. And it's extra warm because it's double lined.
Right. The ones you blood, sweat, and tears over the most will be the best projects when you get to the final end of it. It's just getting there is sometimes painful. Like pushing these busk through this corset. Come on, go through the holes. You can slip into my hole now. I mean,
like prom night.
If you ever hear me saying,
I say that a lot.
"Oh, I had the time of my life making this," that means it was excruciating.
Right. I cried and wanted to throw it out, and there was almost no video this week.
I walked out of the room twice, reviewed my life.
3 J's, had a whole pot of coffee and some food, fella took a nap, and was like, okay, now we're ready, bitch.
It's just a 20-minute video of Godless just sitting there rocking and crying.
Yes, that's the outtakes we don't see.
You're not a sewist unless you know what, sewing, it's a journey. Because you start off, you're like, yes, I'm gonna make this. Then you start sewing, you're like, okay, I gotta cut my patterns. Oh, and
Which
then I gotta
takes
do
3
this.
hours,
Yeah,
and then another 3 hours to cut your fabric, and then you have to
exactly.
pin it or baste it,
And
pin
then you
and then baste if you're me, and then you start sewing, and then you have the ends to tie off or backstitch if you're using Brunhild. Yeah.
and if you make one mistake, it's literally like you stubbed your toe on the table in the middle of the night. You're like, ah,
Yes.
Khan. It's literally the wrath of Khan because you have to go over everything that you just did back to step A. You know, it's awful.
Here's a
And-
question for both of you. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, after all the blood, sweat, and tears, do you know, every time I'm almost this close to quitting, then I put the jacket on and I'm like, oh, it was worth it. Oh, this was so worth it.
Would it surprise you? I don't know anything about sewing, but my grandfather came to the country with his wife and a sewing machine, and he started a tailor shop, and it turned into a factory, and he sold blouses and all kinds of stuff to Macy's up until 76 when he sold his factory. And I
That's
never
amazing.
learned how to sew.
It's
I
in your
love-
genes. If you just look at a sewing machine after like 5 or 6 hours of like fighting and crying, you'll be like, my genetics predispose me to this. You can do this, Commander. I have faith in you. Get a sewing machine. Come
Like
to
I
the
said in
dark
my-
side.
Yep, we have
have
cookies.
Right? I know. We got Skits involved, and I don't think he ever thought he was going to have a sewing machine and be dreaming about making teddy bears for his nieces.
The more I swear, the higher the quality. Absolutely. That's why when
Kilroy,
people
come visit.
when people see my pirate side, they're like, "Oh, like I thought you were sweet. I am sweet. I was raised by a Vietnam veteran era sailor. Like there's curse words that I don't say because I know they're offensive even to hard rock people. There are
So
certain things
cursing like a sailor really is a different thing rather than just a colloquialism, you're telling me.
when I was a kid, my dad would say something, and I'm like, I'm writing that down. That is genius. That is gold. Like
You swashbuckling pickle jigger.
oh, there's all kinds of evil stuff he taught me that I it's offensive by today's standards. I can't say, and a lot of it's not even race, but for some reason, sailors had it out for redheads and lot
Oh yeah, the
lizards.
gingers always
Yeah.
get the gingers are spawn of the devil, don't you know?
They have nose holes.
There is like
South
15
Park, that was awesome.
Yep.
I asked my
He's-
dad one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's going to recount Cartman's transformation into a ginger. First,
Yeah.
he starts bashing on gingers like he does Jews. And then they bleach his skin and dye his hair and put henna on his face. And then pretty much he's leading all the gingers into a genocidal war against the normies.
Oh, Cartman, he's the best and worst character of South Park. I need to start that show from the beginning because I was not quite old enough to appreciate it. Same with The Simpsons, because I remember when my friends' parents would not let them watch The Simpsons because it was new and they thought it was offensive, and my parents were like, yeah, it's cartoons.
Same. My parents, the only cartoon my parents told me I wasn't allowed to watch was Beavis and Butthead. But
oh, God.
I'm from that era, and I know this is going to sound weird to some people. I would just set my VCR and record it.
I would just watch it in the basement on the basement TV by myself when nobody came to
Exactly.
the basement to watch TV. It was my free space with my rotary phone on the wall where I talked to my girlfriend.
I was the
My
last. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My first experience with Beavis and Butthead was they were digging in their pants whilst the music was playing, and my grandfather walks in and he just shoves probably a 10-pound piece of lead crystal right through the television and then demands that the president take the shit off the air.
You told
Jesus
this is a funny
Christ.
story, Commander.
Yeah. You know
That's
what,
like
though?
a Karen to the 5th degree. Like,
I was there in the era when they tried to take down, when Dan Quayle tried to take down hip hop.
Oh God! We
'Cause
used
I
to
stand
watch
quail.
Ren and Stimpy at my grandparents' house, and they didn't even pay attention. And my dad was in the room watching and laughing with us.
Powdered Toast Man.
Oh,
Monotony.
Monotony and Cousin Sven.
Are these measuring tapes different? Oh my gosh,
Wasn't
they
it
are.
John Kay who was the original creator of that? Then they sacked him and brought in Bob Kemp, and then Bob Kemp basically went from funny to just trying to be disgusting.
That I'm not good at those historical things, so you may or may not be correct. I have
That's
no
the
idea.
That's the
Sounds
problem,
right.
though. I noticed that with YouTubers or just people in general, they'll get famous off of something, then they go even harder. They go in deeper. They'll get more disgusting or more racist or more lefty or more righty or whatever it is. There's somebody that I 2 years ago absolutely loved this person, and I disliked them because they went so far left that I couldn't follow them, because they joined a
They'll-
certain group of people.
They got to
Well,
double down
yeah, I
on
mean,
anything.
But they got
That's just kind of-
popular. And that was the problem. They got popular in a certain crowd, and then they disregarded all their friends who were no longer part of that certain crowd,
Right. You can lean in and be good, and then you can lean in and lean in too hard. Loki, your butt's in my face.
Those are different
Better you
sizes.
than us.
That's so strange.
I have
Oh,
a
no.
Japanese measuring tape that is odd, and I have to remember when I'm at the office doing kids' heights that it's not normal.
I
and
think
look at
that's
the right side.
that's exactly what this pink one is. I just liked it because it was pink. That's exactly. And this is, I don't know the writing, but it's not English.
Yeah, no, Japanese measurement from like pre-World War II era. They have their own measurements that I do not understand, that I have measuring tapes that are not right.
That scared me. I was like, did my head shrink overnight? Like, have you ever seen that movie Thinner?
No, but
Oh,
I
no,
know
yeah,
it's
Thinner.
real.
I remember
Tom
the
Hanks?
commercials. I
Not
never
Tom
saw
Hanks.
it.
I don't believe
This
in
guy,
commercials.
oh, curse you, Thinner.
And it was racist. Like, it was racist by today's terms because he got a gypsy curse, which isn't
Yeah.
real.
I
But,
know,
like-
because now there's travelers. Gypsy is a slang term. Except
And-
that, how does the TLC or whatever Bravo get away with My Big Fat Gypsy Wedding then?
I think if you include people who are a part of that crowd, they think it's acceptable. There's shows I watch that have ninja in the title, and I'm not talking about wearing sheets.
Oh, I was
You
gonna
know?
say Teenage Mutant. No.
Ninja. I know. Actually, the best thing when I was a little kid, the worst thing my mom would say to me was, "I'm going to sell you to the gypsies." And I almost kind of wished, like, why didn't you? That would have been fun, traveling all over the country and like
Heck
hanging
yeah.
out in these weird little places. Like, why didn't you sell me to the gypsies?
Are you kidding me? I love how the gypsies dress. Like, there are certain cultures that show up and show out, and I love.
I know the Romani and Slavic, the embroidery and this. Oh my god, the
Mhm.
bling.
I used to.
Bling.
There was a show I watched that was in the UK, but man, those travelers, like, they can sew.
I
They can
know
sew
those
well.
Irish travelers, they are the shit. Their
Yeah.
wedding dresses are like 50 pounds of bling, and the girls are complaining. And I'm like, you asked for it.
And they
woman.
made it though. Like, someone made it at their house.
I
love that.
know.
We have a this Native American powwow that's coming up here that I'm excited to go to. But one of the things that they're advertising, they're going to have a big thing on their beadwork and their quilting and how they make their outfit and how they did
Yep.
their sewing and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm excited about seeing that. And
It's amazing. Go ahead and I'll
no,
start
go
next.
ahead, go ahead.
I grew up near a historical Haudenosaunee historical site where the person who curates it now, I know if you're not from eastern, western, central New York, you don't know Mary Jemison and her whole story, but her great descendant lives there now. So that going to powwows as a little kid was how I fell in love with hooping and their hoop dancing, and I learned how to do the traditional beadwork.
That's
And
awesome.
I love it. Like, it completely still inspires me to this day. Like, I won't do their traditional patterns, but how I learned to bead was from the natives who were from the land that lived there before my family came there, because we're new to this country as of 100 years ago, if not less.
Oh
A
yeah.
long time ago, 20 something years ago, I knew somebody that cornered the market on Native American music. And still to this day, anytime I pick up a record or anything, this particular person owns the company. And it's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Canyon Records, they're still around. They're from Arizona.
I remember my dad was big on our Native American heritage when growing up. He would always take us to powwows and and proudly put us and go through all this. And so about I'd say 5 years ago, I went and got one of those 23andMe tests, right?
Oh, you've been cataloged by the government where your DNA, they might track your kids now.
That's all right. They got it coming. But
right, they already had you in their service, in their roles anyway. You're like, ah!
Really, they got me.
Right, I signed the papers. I gave my blood.
Right, but fuck, what was I talking?
Your indigenous heritage and your father going to powwows.
Okay, yeah, that's right. So I got this 23andMe test to primarily because I wanted to check the health aspects of it, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, things like that. But of course, it'd be neat to kind of get the specifics on my heritage. Well, I get the results, and I go to my dad. I'm like, "Well, here, Dad, there are two options with these results. Two primary options. One, I'm not your kid, or B, we're not Native American." Like. So I'll let you decide which one it is.
That's
all right.
What's his name?
It could have been adoption.
Yeah, but he is my dad. It's just we're not Native American. He just assumed that.
There's an actor who looked like my dad who thought he was Chesapeake Indian, and he really wasn't. What is his name? The guy who played God in Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman.
Okay. George Burns.
Morgan Freeman. That was such a good movie. Oh, see, kids, you don't know about George Burns. Smoke a cigar.
Right. You'll live to be 101.
God.
Morgan, there's an author that I actually followed from college on. His name's Henry Louis Gates Jr., and they gave him a show. And they stole it. Basically, we copy shows from the BBC, but it's Who Do You Think You Are? And he would give DNA tests to people. And he would go to prominent people. And Morgan Freeman thought he was Chesapeake Indian to the point where he went to the tribe and became a member.
Oh, just to get the tax write-off?
And when they gave him the test, his face was like, oh, crap.
I owe the government money.
Go watch no, it's a Canadian tribe. So there was some basically he's not going to go to jail for it. But they're just looking at him like, oh, time to panic, bro, because you're not who you think you are. This whole time in America, a lot of African Americans, it's an old trope where people say, I'm mixed with Indian. No, you're not. You're mixed with European. It's okay.
Yeah. Right. I know. What about Lori Lightfoot, though?
But as far as the American African American is concerned, it's separate from what we would consider someone who's an African because they're half European.
Right. Yeah, you're mixed, but not mixed that way.
Yeah.
I have a story about. I had one of the assholes at work. He came up behind me and he used my Hebrew name.
Oh, he knew your
And Hebrew. He said, "Cursed are you for turning to our ancient traditions." And at the time, I was into Christianity. So I said, "What, Jesus?" And he said, "Yes." But anyway, after I tried to convert him to Christianity, he basically said that he was part Indian, right? He was part Indian. And then I said, "Oh, really? What's their name?" Because of all the Mormon shit that was going on. And he said they were Mathis. And then I asked, so I keep asking him questions. So "You're adopted." And he said, "Yeah, I'm adopted. Do you know where your adopted parents were from?" And I tracked them down, and they were 2 Jews. And he got adopted when they died in a car accident by a Mormon. So they told him that he was part Indian, because the Mormons believe in that there were tribes of Israel here who
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They think they were the white tribe that didn't exist in Israel.
Yeah, what's that horrible series of books I read?
so
Go ahead,
I basically congratulated him on his Jewish heritage, and I told him, "You have curly hair just like my therapist in Florida," so he shaved his head. And I fucked with him something bad by pointing out all his typical features. And he was a self-loathing Jew. He was literally anti-Semitic.
Ugh. Yeah, it seems like the people who hate themselves the worst are those things, and they just don't accept it, which is sad.
That's like every time a politician is anti-drugs or gay, you got to hold your breath because they're going to get caught with both.
Right.
Ted Haggard.
Yes,
Ted Haggard.
He was famous because first he punked Richard Dawkins on film, and then he got caught with it, which it wasn't like everyone. This bothers me. They keep on saying it was a gay hooker. No, it was his boyfriend. They were having regular interactions. They would go out to eat. They would hang out.
That doesn't mean he wasn't paying for the interactions.
There was plenty of cocaine too, right?
Okay, don't talk about that drug, please.
They were dating. They were dating. People date hookers all the time.
It's right. But is the hooker in there for the date, or is the hooker in there for the paycheck?
Fair.
I'm not saying. Hey, when I used to go to like basketball games, it's not as much in hockey, but when you go to basketball games, when you look down at the front row, because I'm sitting with the pleb, I'm sitting with the peasants in the nosebleeds, but when you look down at the front row, you can tell who is there because they have a lot of money, DJ Khalid, I'm looking at you.
Right. And I was going to say, no shade to sex workers. All work is good work. And if that's the line of work that you enjoy doing, go for it. I'm all here for it, honey.
That's my thing. I'm not anti that at all. So I'm
pro sex work.
I don't like it when people are anti-sex work because there's certain stigmas that if we got rid of them, we wouldn't be so hateful and judgmental on this planet.
Right.
And if more,
because they could get file their taxes and not have issues and get testing and all sorts of things. Can we be a little bit more like Denmark?
Vegas is like that,
right?
Las Vegas.
I can be a bunny girl.
You have to show a clean test. You could show up right now, man or woman, to work in any club where you're shaking your tail. All you have to do is show a clean test, and they give you a license for prostitution. Vegas is no joke. Vegas is no joke. And if you get caught without the license,
then there's a problem.
Yeah, then there's a problem. But yeah, Vegas is no joke. Anyone from any state, you can show up and basically, if anyone who's ever stripped in Vegas will know this, you get your whole license.
Yeah. So okay, this is a complete non sequitur, but we're talking about this topic. What do you think about the moms who are OnlyFans models their kids are getting kicked out of school and the moms are getting ostracized?
I don't know why we've become so weirdly modest in this country. We used to make movies about that. What about those old ladies that made those calendars in England with their cupcakes? The older women.
Oh, cupcakes.
No one fired them. I'm just saying, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm not an OnlyFans kind of person, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all. How about you, Stevie?
Not at all. It's would you? I mean, Yeah, it's stupid. It's an occupation. Like, yeah, like it's ridiculous.
I'm a capitalist, though. Make your money. Make your
Yeah.
like.
If they were a
Then why
stripper at a
punish
strip
their
club, would they
kids?
still do it? Yeah, right. Like how many of these people have gone to like strip clubs and things like that, and like I no, they're all of a sudden they're holier than thou, and it's ridiculous.
Absolutely, that might
Nice
be too
hat.
hot for my. That might be
That
too high.
is a big hat, sir.
Oh, I'm not messing around. I've been watching Gangs of New York. It's gonna be Gangs of Sewing up in here in about an hour.
Okay.
I am not messing around.
I get corsets and the cupcakes. I get corsets and cupcakes and giant military boots of faux suede. I've not been keeping up in the chat. Go for it.
Yeah, I got whiskey and Stouffer's.
Definitely
What else
pro
do you need,
sex
Mike?
work. I don't judge anyone. That's a weird trend I've noticed. We've become. Yes, we are. Dude. In the 80s and 90s, we were getting out of that. We were literally moving away from the direction we're going in now. Like, we have become more prude. I'm not joking when I say, like, in my generation was like, no matter who you are, just come as you are. It doesn't matter. Just don't be weird.
So then how are we rectifying the dichotomy of being more prude but being more like leading with your special labels?
The problem is that we no longer have a protected class because everyone's a protected class. So it has taken away the value of what we consider a protected class. That's the problem.
Fair. Okay.
If everyone's super, then
Yeah,
nobody's super.
then no one
Nobody's
is.
super. Right. It's like, here's your participation trophy.
We need to get back. Like, I come from a harsh background. Like, I remember one time, I'll spare what I did to myself, but I hurt myself badly. And I called my dad and he was like, "Can you see blood? No. Are your bones popping out? No. You'll be fine." Like, I come from a very harsh, old school way of thinking,
I
Right.
thought the reason
You're
why
not
we
dying.
were
Go ahead,
I'm
Commander.
sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I thought the reason why being a prude was coming back into fashion was because people can't mind their own fucking business and they get their jollies off making other people feel like shit.
I agree with you on
That makes sense.
I talk about that all the time. You have the right to mind your own business. I habitually mind my own business.
Like, I've had the talk with my kids, like back in the time when they're still currently going on, but where they're always blaming if a female student would be wearing anything that's remotely revealing, it's they would ostracize her rather than the boys who are just staring and not doing, like, oh, you're gonna distract all, like, why don't you talk to your kids? Which like, you're not there to stare at people. You're there to do, your schoolwork and everything like that. There are appropriate ways to interact with people you are attracted to, the birds and the bees. And
I agree with you. I agree with you, but to play devil's advocate, if you had a daughter, would you let her walk out of the house provocatively to go to high school?
I try not to make any, granted, I don't have a daughter, so it's a little tougher, but like and if they want to wear something, like, I try not to sexualize it. If they want to wear something that's comfortable for them and that's, it's cool, if it happens to be short or whatever, revealing. I mean,
okay,
I've gone to nude beaches with my kiddo when he was really, really young.
To play Satan again, it's not about what your interpretation is. It's the one creepo or all the people who are going to be walking up on that particular person. Or maybe they're wearing something that's a little bit more mature that makes them look something that's not their age. So they'll be approached by grown adults thinking that this particular person is their age and they're not. I don't know where that line is. I'm conservative in that sense.
Go ahead.
Sorry, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I agree. I think it's a super fine line because it's the same thing with what was it? Oh, that Christian university in the Midwest. Oh, not St. John Fisher. That was New York State. The one that has to do with the church in France that burned. But the boys who
Notre Dame
accused of assaulting ladies, and the girl was lying, and the boys who offed themselves, like there's kids who were being falsely accused of stuff, and girls are, dressing provocatively. So, we have this like, yes, we should be able to wear what we want, and if I wear something revealing, I should know that I'm going to get looked at, or I might put myself in a compromising situation. But you can't also do that and then falsely accuse folks of stuff that they didn't do.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
how do we
totally.
rectify that balance? Because it's a tough, it's a hard one.
There was recently
Yeah.
two football players.
Oh, Notre Dame, that's the football players I was thinking of.
Were they African? Were they African American?
I don't know. It was a couple years ago, but I've heard
There's a
folks who
recent
talk
case
about their brothers who are like, I'm scared to talk to girls because they might falsely accuse me of R-ing them or S-ing them. And that's not fair to boys either. Or whoever, whatever gender, whatever you are, that's not right.
Have a great night, Butterfly.
Have
Thanks
fun,
for coming.
Butterfly!
There was a recent case somewhere in the SEC in the South of the same thing happening. And basically, these two young men who had promising careers, their lives are ruined. And no NFL team is going to touch these guys because they were accused. They don't care. And also, they lost 3 years of training. So there's people that are going to surpass them because these guys aren't in shape anymore, you know?
Yeah.
Because you literally go to jail when you get accused, you know.
Let's not go down the false imprisonment path right now, because all of the weird J6 stuff is kind of irritating me right now.
There was something else I was going to talk about and I completely forgot because I have YMCA just blasting in my.
Oh. So, real quickly, back to when we were talking about DNA tests and whatnot. I remember seeing, I forget what like daytime talk show, television show it was, but they had this like extremist racist, leader, come on. This guy's like, like the whitest of the white, and white supremacist. And they had him take a DNA test, and they're like, you're this much, this much, this, and you're 10% sub-Saharan African. And he's like, so, he's like, that's a lie.
Technically, in our mitochondrial DNA, all of us are African.
And not medical advice, but you may or may not need to be careful doing the health history stuff, because it may or may not affect your ability to get life insurance. So just do your planning first and then do the testing, maybe, if you're interested.
Oh, we're killing them. Good.
Killing them.
No, they're dirty. They're dirty.
Life
like
insurance.
If you call a hockey team dirty, they're dirty. And the Calgary Flames are dirty.
Did your team score again? I didn't hear the buzzer.
I did.
It's 5.
Okay.
It's 5-1.
All right.
The Kings they're actually doing good. We have decent goalies this year, so they actually might go far in the playoffs. But I try not to put too much on it because they're not paying me. And
right, we're not sponsored here. Please,
by the LA
Fisters and
Kings.
Grits and
sports is emotional. Like
Ginger,
I'm
please sponsor us, and cat food companies. We're here for you. DM us. We're here.
Oh, and the Dodgers, the Los Angeles Dodgers. I paid for Spectrum just because the Dodgers are only on Spectrum. So I watch every game that I can because I am literally paying for cable to watch baseball. Fair. So anytime it's on TV, and we're like deep into spring training, the season starts real soon. So I'm going to be mentioning my jerseys are going to be popping out soon. And I said this a couple weeks ago. I'm constantly going through my closet. I'm like, what's the most expensive thing I own? It's my hockey and baseball jerseys.
Yeah, those are expensive. Or concert T-shirts. Oh, come back here.
Oh, don't even. I have a niece who, if you're hate watching, I want my Slayer shirt back.
Yes, give him.
Oh my god,
give him his Slayer shirt back.
Oh, so
I'll
there's
take
the,
it. If you don't want to give it to him, DM me on the twatters and you can send it to me.
Man, so I was looking at the Aftershock festivals coming through Sacramento, like it does every year, but like it's got a pretty good lineup this year.
I saw
They
that.
got-
I saw that
You
last
are
night.
not in Northern California. You're in the Bay Area. Don't lie to me. Stop lying to me. That's not Northern California.
I am in Northern California.
No,
Well,
that's
super
not.
northern. Not
If you're
not
not
like
in
Oregon.
Humboldt, Siskiyou, Modoc,
Butte.
If it doesn't snow regularly.
No,
I'm close
well,
enough to the border. I know what's Northern California, and the Bay is not Northern California. You're
See,
lying.
you
couple,
don't,
2.5, 3 hours from me. So.
You know what's
That's
so
a
funny?
lie.
So you
You
don't
are lying
consider-
to me.
Excuse me. So you don't consider San Francisco Northern California?
No, that's the Bay.
Where I'm from, that's NorCal.
I
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
I know,
Like-
but there's still 200 miles above that. That's
I know.
before you get to the border. Don't lie to me.
California,
You know,
big state.
Most,
It's a
most,
big. I know it's huge, but don't
Most
lie to me like that,
Californians-
boys and girls.
most Californians don't even know the Siskiyou Mountains exist.
Oh yeah, Siskiyou.
Like people down here, if they
Right,
went
if
to
you don't know
North, like
the Siskiyou and Cascade Ranges, then you don't lie to me. You are fake.
Really?
Northern California, as a matter of fact, to me is so beautiful. It's like breathtaking because if I go anywhere south, like where I live, I can go north and be in the mountains. But if I go anywhere south of here, did we score again? Oh, we're killing them.
Good job, boys.
If I go anywhere south of here, it's the literal concrete jungle.
Wow.
Like it's sea and miles of houses.
See, Kilroy has it right. I agree with Kilroy, and
That's true.
Kilroy mentioned the Salamanca Indian Reservation. I've been there, so I know where that is, and I know where Northern California is. So don't lie to me, chat folks. I've stopped at that reservation and may or may not have bought cigarettes. On Route 17 before it was Route 81.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I know, because Route 17 doesn't exist anymore. It's now Route 81, which is also a stupid lie. Sorry, the IPA's kicking in, and along with my vapes.
It's all right. You know what? I wore I was in Ashland, I believe, at Johnny B's. I don't even know anymore.
That doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, that's so sad. I know.
I don't live in Ashland. I don't know what you're talking about.
I have footage of because my friend was like Oregon famous. When I walked in with her, she knew Johnny B and they performed for me, and I like recorded with my cell phone, trying not to pretend like I was like utterly and completely
Were
hammered.
you at the Black Sheep?
No, it was Johnny B actually owned it. Was Johnny B's at the time. That's what it
Okay.
was called.
Okay, then I can honestly say that does not exist anymore. And I do not live in Ashland.
And they kept on like the one thing I'll never forget is this one guy, I won't say his name, I know him now. He got hillbilly rich off of growing pot, and he was like looking for investors. And I remember telling him to his face, I was like, this sounds really fishy. He's now pot rich. Like
Like John Belushi?
that's different because he had
He
the
did have money, but he may or may not live in like Central Point.
That's what we're here for. And my obvious stutter. That's literally what I do. I smoke and sew. That is literally what I do, and make sure my son passes school. That is like my
Yes.
life.
We need to get you that T-shirt. I smoke and sew.
I'm gonna guess with I love how this show eventually turns into cigarettes, joints, and old stories instead of live. But I do live for this also, and this may or may not be my real life. That I do things that I don't talk about in my day job, and
That
have my
reminds me.
legal vices, and enjoy sewing weird old-fashioned shit.
This rain needs to stop so I can become Farmer John. I am so ready. I have potatoes growing already.
No, you want the rain. We're in a drought for like 3 years.
No, but I want to
6
start
years.
planting. Like last year, I already had stuff sprouting by this time of year because we have perpetual sunshine here, but we're going through a real winter.
Us too, Harry, and the fruit trees have not bloomed. The maples are just starting to flower, and there's no blossoms for Harry and David's to start growing apples and pears. I do
That's
not live
crazy.
where I live. I live nowhere. I live on Earth, and I'm a circle. I have no gender. I'm a circle. We're just circles here, and I accept everybody, but you're all circles because. And if I
Facebook-
mispronounce your pronouns, I'm sorry. You're just a circle to me.
Facebook would not let me put that I live on Earth. They kept on popping up as Earth, Texas.
No, I'm Earth Mars. Can I put it on Mars and just like I'm Starlinked into Mars?
These things happen.
I'm still mad about that, and it's been years because why do you care where I live, Facebook? Why do you care?
I know. I don't want people to know. It's bad enough I have a business Facebook. Do not look me up, please.
I do not put all the time. People are tripped out because they're like, "Oh, I didn't know you do this and this," because I do not advertise my life on Facebook. I don't tell you what I have to do for. Like, it trips me out. Like, and I'm gonna say this to be nice, and I know they're not watching. And if you are, I don't care because I haven't seen you in 25 years. But I have a bunch of friends that I used to hang out with in high school. And they're constantly showing what they're doing, and I think it's because they were all losers.
So they're flexing now because they're like, pay attention to me. Well, that's kind of me. I was a loser in high school. I was a fat, short, stubby kid, nobody, and now I'm like, I'm less fat and I have some more skills. Pay attention. I'm pretty now.
And disclaimer here at the Godless Sewing Channel. I'm not saying I'm a winner. I'm just saying I'm.
We're all losers here. You're all welcome.
I'm in the middle. I'm right in the middle. I'm not winning or losing.
We're not neutral, but we're all circles, and we're here for it.
Like today, my mom was like, "Oh, so and so. He's doing so well and blah, blah, blah. Look at all these things." I looked at my mom. I said, "Brother did 10 years in prison." And my mom was like, "Oh." And she literally stopped talking because she was like, "Oh, I didn't know that." I said, "Why do you think I go, mm-hmm?" Every time he posts something, I'm like, I hope you continue to do well.
Dude's on Megan's Law.
Yeah.
You can have done time and you can still turn out a good person. There's no shame, but
no, I'm not saying that, but like this particular this person I know was like just a habitual thief, and overcompensation is weird to me, and he became an evangelical Christian, and so now when he's like, and you know what, I'm not a hater, and it's because they all look at me crazy because like on the facade, I'm Mr. Tough Guy, and then they all saw all my friends from high school saw the Godless Sewing Channel, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, did I just get beat up by a gay guy? Have I been scared of showing my whole like these guys have been scared of me their whole life are like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna change my whole life." A friend of mine, he sent me a message. He's like, "Your YouTube channel changed my life." But what he really was saying was, I was scared of you, and like that persona I had just doesn't exist.
I'm just a human. I sew, I mean, I'm nasty, I'm nice. It depends on how you treat me. Just come as you are, and I will treat you how you treat me.
But like, people judge me because if I'm not smiling, I have resting bitch face. It's my eyebrows.
Yeah, me too.
I have very thick eyebrows, so it makes me look like a Bond villain. Like,
as long as you don't have one eyebrow, because I've learned from the Slavic tradition, don't trust the human with only one eyebrow because you're probably a werewolf.
Oh no, I'm well groomed. I'm weird.
Right, you manscape above and below the deck.
Oh, everything. I have no ear hair here. Like, and that's the European in my family. At a certain age, their ears and nose become party favors, and I'm like, no. And because I am the youngest of a really old family, I got to watch all of these people age out. And I'm like, oh no, I am not letting the European nose hairs come out. No,
I think
I-
you broke Phoenix on that one.
I know. As long as the downstairs looks as good as the upstairs, we can still be friends.
Oh no,
I chrome smooth.
and ever since,
No,
ever since
I can deal with a little stubble here and there, but as long as it's all well tamed.
I'll tell you, ever since I quit smoking, I'm big on smells too. Like,
Right,
Oh,
because if you
no.
don't group the downstairs, it stinks.
oh man, like I can smell everything. And my son's a teenager right now, so I'm constantly like,
So he stinks
wash
like
your hair,
shit to
brush
high
your
heaven.
teeth.
Oh,
Like,
Skits, you've got a teenage young
ugh.
human also
17.
who's like, who's going all through all those things. Like,
Me
how
too,
do you
Liz. Oh, what's
to-
wrong one?
keep them safe and have good experiences, but not put them at risk for being falsely accused of bullshit? I have cats. The world didn't bless me with two-legged progeny, which that's a whole other story.
I'm weirdly I wouldn't say, I don't know. I allow my son certain mistakes, other things I'm like, oh no, we're gonna take the short route. I'm just gonna
Right, you're gonna
tell you
use
what happened.
deodorant. Just don't use Axe because that was gross in the 90s and is still gross today.
So
I was
I-
big on Axe back in the day.
I did
Oh, I love you, but oh my god.
too. So because I'm allergic to everything, I can't wear Axe. I wear like real
Good, because
cologne.
it's gross.
I
What do you
wear-
wear
Yeah.
instead?
I wear the cheap stuff I wear is Polo, and it's not cheap. And I'm bougie. I wear Versace. Judge me. I wear
No,
Versace.
you should get some of what is,
CK1.
Oh, dude, tell
That
me
smells
again.
like
I
high
talked
school.
over it.
I can smell that.
CK1.
I can smell
CK1.
that.
Oh, that. Oh, I had an ex who used to wear that. I want some of
was-
that.
sorry.
What is the What is Johnny Depp? Dior, Vessuage, Sauvage. I want to smell a human stinking of that one of these days.
Gilroy, you have the comment of the evening so far. Good old Axe, the teenage boy's version of a shower.
Yes.
So true.
Oh, I had boyfriends and girlfriends who smelled of Axe.
When I was in high school, I obsessively wore CK1 to the point where I almost cried when Skits pulled out that bottle. I could
You had
smell
wet
it.
dreams of
I
like,
did not-
I used to make out with everybody
Oh.
wearing this bottle.
Oh man, there's ex-girlfriends right now that if they smelled that, they'd be like, "Oh my gosh, is sewing here? Is he
Oh,
near?"
I know.
Oh my-
Oh, sewing's in my. I smell of them right here. Hey, bring it on, baby.
Oh, every once in a while, I'm like tempted to buy a bottle of CK1 because it
Right,
reminds
that's for
me of high school.
nostalgic purpose.
Yeah.
I know. It's, oh,
Or Cool Water. Did you ever hear of Cool Water cologne?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Snoop Dogg mentioned it in a song, and I literally went to Robinson's May and went and bought some and wore it like for years. and
no,
years
but I
and
do miss the old. The red and white label that's like yucky now, but back in the like 80s and earlier it smelled good. What is it? Oh, it's the men's aftershave.
No,
that-
the Old
Old
Spice.
Spice.
Yes. Thank you, folks. Old
Oh,
Spice
Old Spice
used
is
to smell good before it smelled gross.
so on the new Old Spice bottles, they write it on the back of the bottles, it says if your grandfather hadn't worn this, you wouldn't be here to read this.
I
Old
like
Spice
that.
goes in hard. I like Old
I like
Spice.
that.
Thank you for knowing my brain cells, folks, because yeah, I do have a thing for the original old-fashioned Old Spice. If a human sense comes up, I don't care what toys you have in the box. If you come up smelling like that, I may play with your toys.
So Cool Water, my mom had a saying of nothing on earth can cover up funk. So no matter what cologne, no matter what you spray, if you smell funky, you're gonna smell funky plus the cologne.
Exactly.
Right? It just makes the funk worse. Plus, you like mask it.
Now you smell like ass and flowers.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no way to like, you can't cover up funk. Go take a shower. Like, I'll never forget when I was in the axe age. I would spray like some cologne or something. My mom's like, you smell like shit. Get out of here. Like, no, like you just smell like funk.
Past 2.5 hours, you can say the real words. It's just that, what is it? The first 7 minutes, we're not allowed to swear anymore on the YouTubers.
It's because I was on this huge thing of like, I didn't want my kid to curse, and so I changed my language. And now that he's of the age where he doesn't care, I still say potty, and I still
No, that's good. Just to remind them, like, swearing in appropriate times is okay, but
yeah,
recklessly, we've got better adjectives for that.
I just didn't want my kid to be ghetto, and where I'm from, there are certain things that are just super ghetto that you just do not allow your child to do, and like I don't know.
Axe.
Yeah. I still pride myself on the fact that my kid, like, when he meets people, he says hello and please and thank you. People do not teach that anymore.
Say Mr. and Mrs. Or is it so unambiguous that you're like, hello, human?
No, I live in a super conservative area, so everybody's like, Merry Christmas. I'm Mr. Blah, blah, blah. Like,
okay, well, you do have the Mr. and Mrs. I know, right? Because that used to be a thing where, like, if you didn't say Mrs. or Mr. So-and-so, like, kids didn't call adults by their first name.
No.
So-and-so. That's funny. No.
Do you know,
Mr. So-and-so. What are you wearing? Are you a Russian Orthodox priest?
This is the form of my hat.
Incarnated. I'm looking at my camera and not at my computer, and I'm like,
this is the form of this is the form of my top hat. This is how high it's going to be, because that's how high I am right now.
That's it across the room, and I
rah,
can't
rah. Now you have that song stuck in my head. Rah, rah, Rasputin. I get down. Like, I get down. That song is it's on my playlist.
Now I need to hear other songs by Booney M, because I did not know that song was from the 70s, because my only encounter with it was the cartoon parody of Putin dancing to that song, and I thought it was new, and I didn't realize it was people of color who were culturally amalgamating things in an awesome way.
To be fair, same. My son showed me the footage of it, and I had never heard of the song until a couple years ago, where he showed me the video of Putin dancing, and then like everything else, I was like, do YouTube, because I want to see the original song. So I rock out to it. I rock out to that.
I do rock out with my clock out to that song.
Damn right. That was invented for YouTube, because
yes.
When I first came on, I told you, like, it's because I was raised Catholic. I have an extremely polite side, and then I have like George Carlin, where I'm just telling.
Yes. Okay, so who's watched the History of the World Part 2, and what are your thoughts and feelings?
I haven't seen it yet. I saw part 1, obviously.
I saw part 1.
Okay, well, that's the classic. Next week, either on my or this station, we have to do a recap of your homework this week is to watch part 2, because I want to hear thoughts and feelings, please.
To Pirate Bay as we speak.
Cue it up, folks.
I told you I saw the Harriet Tubman part, because Black Twitter completely. Hey Sydney, how's it going? I wonder if anyone has purposely taught birds to curse. Yes,
they have. Those long-lived birds do know how to swear like 18th century sailors.
My first introduction with the fact that
cat looks like my old cat Merlin without the fur in his forehead. Sorry, I got distracted by that emoji of the cute kitty, because
my first girlfriend, my first real one in junior high, she was raised like weirdly evangelical Christian. And I'll never forget walking into her house, and the bird repeated everything that the parents said. To be like, it was classic. The bird was the most foul-mouthed bird you've ever been around in your life, but it repeated everything it heard from the humans. You know?
Yeah,
Oh, it's the scariest thing to hear a bird
it's
tell you
an
to read the book.
investment and a lifetime, like 3 generations of you need to know how you're going to care for this creature.
It bothers me if anyone buys a bird not realizing that it's going to live to be 96 years old.
Yeah, it's going to outlive you in most cases.
Yeah, at least in the pet stores here and in Oregon, because I've seen the signs in Oregon. I lived by a Petco in Gresham back in the day. But long story short, they have a sign that says this bird will outlive you. It says like, hey, if you buy this, just know you're gonna have to inherit this to somebody who's responsible.
Right. You need to have a will that includes where your bird is going to go, because
And that's why bird smuggling's huge here in LA. Like, you can't, like, if you see a toucan, run, because the feds are probably selling it.
well, that's right. That's just how they get you, so they can. Oh, your cat.
Aw.
Okay, let me
Sydney
see.
also
For
has a
you,
little
Sydney,
kitty named
my cat's
Skits.
had too many treats.
Aww.
I
It's a
will
cutie.
bring my cats
She's
out
a
for
cutie.
you one more time.
My
Come on, Loki.
my one-eyed cat was perched up on the fence waiting for me today when I came back from the
Aw.
You
dispensary.
have fans waiting.
It's like,
for
where's
you.
mine?
They're here for you, not me.
Aw.
Hi, kitty. Oh, he does look like it.
I'm gonna tell you why I don't name things. I consider it bad luck.
Hmm.
And I know I'm an atheist. I'm not supposed to believe in luck, but everything I've ever named, and I'm talking about cars, has exploded. And because
Aw.
I don't name farm animals. I know a cat isn't a farm animal.
They can be, though. If they hunt mice and rats, they may be a farm animal. I
And
get it, but mine are pampered house cats who go outside under tended supervision. Because I
But,
care
oh-
about birds. Because I don't know if Mark is here anymore. My cats do not eat wild birds. I'm thoughtful about that. I hear a sewing machine.
Yeah.
that's Australia has major problems with feral cats, and America does too. We just don't talk about it.
No, but they also have problems with rabbits.
Which are not indigenous to their country.
No, I know, right?
Thank you, England. England, the English are the ones who brought the rabbits to the.
Right. Is that a problem with importing things that didn't naturally belong there on like a whole grander scale? We could.
I don't know, because I couldn't picture my hometown without palm trees, and they're not indigenous to this area. And when
Right?
you think of LA, palm trees are the Spanish brought the palm trees here, you know, and they're everywhere here. And honestly, I cannot think of LA, my hometown, without a palm tree in the sunset. You know, so but they're
Right.
not indigenous to this area.
Especially with the Christmas lights that make them look like giant things that may or may not be hooded.
They do look like wanks. They do look like giant wanks. I have one in my backyard, and I'm almost tempted to put lights in it, but I think there's a possum family living in it.
When we were in Iraq, we didn't have a Christmas tree, and we were there for Christmas.
Yeah.
So we put red lights around a small palm tree that was still growing. That was our Christmas tree that year. They got palm trees there, plenty of palms.
Oh, and so you had the red light palm district.
Exactly.
Where
That was our
I'm
Christmas tree.
from, you can't hang red lights or put a gnome in your front yard because people will think you're a swinger.
Oh, gnomes are what? When did gnomes become swinger tactics? I don't know.
Rule
it's so
34
funny.
or whatever.
I'll never forget. I said this to this one soccer mom friend. She was in her 60s, and she looked at me and she's like, I know I have a gnome in front of my house. I'm still friends with her on Facebook. I don't know if I called her right now, she'd go over.
Right.
But in where I live, I don't know if anywhere else,
That's true,
but
Commander.
people have gnomes in front of their houses. That mean they're swingers. That's not saying come over to my house. That's not an invitation to come in, but they're saying like, hey, if you come over, I have a hot tub in my backyard. And
Just in case you're
Backyard?
interested.
Can I show up naked in your backyard? Sorry,
so
folks.
so now when I drive around, like in my neighborhood, anywhere else, especially in the newer neighborhoods, because the yuppies have these giant generic open yards. Whenever I see a gnome, I'm like, ooh, they're freaks. They are freaks over there. But it's a thing where it's like it's a real thing. They say house cats kill 2 billion birds a year.
Wow.
Man,
I
they have
pampered this cat, which is why my cats are pampered house cats who go out under supervision in a chain linked fenced backyard. But I also don't think that cats should be out loud outside unsupervised because it's not safe for them either. But that's just me.
no, it's not. I worry for my cat, and every time it shows up, I'm surprised it's still alive.
Well, Odin has got his own. Odin knows the lay of the land. He's friends with my Loki and Freya. And
when I came back, Odin was weirdly perched up on my fence looking at me, and I'm like, "Do we need to go on a quest?"
we have his name. His name is Odin. He goes along with my Loki and Freya.
I like it.
I knew he wasn't hungry because I fed him already. And yes, Travelocity is for swingers. I had an ex-girlfriend who was in that realm, and she was a travel agent. And she was a bit of an open human being.
Do you think
So I wouldn't
airline stewards are the same way? Because you can just like have a person in every port of call.
So I have a weird point of view on that because I have a someone I grew up with. His mom was always like that super hot mom, but she was older. And
that doesn't mean anything. That is
one
like,
time,
please come to my port of call.
She had the greatest stories because she was like, oh man, she's like my friend, whenever he would talk about trash about old music, she'd be like, be careful, one of the OJs might be your daddy. Everyone in the room would stop talking. Like she was old school. And she would be like, oh, Richard Pryor's a nice man, or like, but she was
such a big
she was this 6'2" African American woman who spoke French.
Girl.
She spoke French, and she traveled around the world. She was a stewardess for over I don't know, 30, 40 years. The only reason she stopped was September 11th.
Oh shit!
Because she's like, I'm not doing that. She's like, I'm not doing.
I'd live that life. Like, yes, please. Can I be 6'2" and travel around the world and see lots of beautiful humans?
I like.
Not that I don't mind streaming with beautiful humans for my living room, but
her son was my friend, and like as adults, and she's much older now. But whenever I see her, I'm like, tell me stories. I'm like, please tell me about your life because she's been everywhere twice. And has the tickets to prove it, you know.
That shit because I wish I had recorded stories of humans in my life that told me things that didn't tell other family members or people because they just couldn't, and it's hard to be the story bearer and being afraid that those stories are going to die with you.
We did that with my father because he was a Black Forest Gump. We were like, oh no, brother, you need to write all this down. Tell us. Like he knew Gula, which was a passed down slave language. He knew country song. Like he sang Gut Bucket, which was literally like pre-blues, which was just a bunch of drunk guys literally picking and grinning in the South somewhere singing songs. Like he would sing this one song all the time. It was I can't, and I know there's no copyright on it, YouTube. I know because this song's from the 20s. Hold on, let me tap my foot. I can't stand you cooking and you ain't good looking. I'm gone. Too late. See, it's not the same without a guitar.
I know I'm not good looking.
You need a gut bucket.
Like there's so many songs and it was just traditional old like African songs that were passed down over time, you know.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh no, bro, you need to write all this down because you have to preserve it. You have to.
I know those stories. It's hard to. I know I need to record it for my tiny human that is biologically related, but not my progeny directly.
Even my grandmother.
Nobody else does.
Like my grandmother, she My grandfather was a man of privilege, and he crossed over in a car from Mexico to America. But my grandmother, when if you met her, she was a real life Zsa Zsa Gabor, and you would have never known that she was an illegal alien until
Oh
she met my
gosh,
grandfather.
oh my god, what a beauty.
But you know, my grandfather made a significant amount of money, so my grandma was gilded, but she never knew that she grew up in extreme poverty because she was a well put together woman, you know.
No, that's the same. Like my grandma would walk down the streets of Warsaw, look at the beautiful clothes, and make them rather than buying them because she couldn't, and learned how to do all these things, but looked amazing. I think I showed you a couple weeks ago that amazing teal
Oh yeah,
suit
yeah.
with the jacket with the beads on it and the rhinestones. Like, OMG, my grandma was effing amazing.
Do you think we're more distracted so we don't engage in giant projects like that anymore?
No, I think we're just lazy, and
I agree.
fast fashion has like spoiled folks to think that you don't need to learn how to do stuff. But I think the resurgence in historical fashion and costuming and like Victorian costumes, but not Victorian values, is, I think it's starting to set a seed for folks that
Well, right now, nostalgia sells.
it does. It always has. Yes.
But like our generation is becoming that generation where like I've been bringing this up since the Super Bowl. When I saw Michael Keaton as Batman, I effing yelped. I was like, "What? I don't know what this movie is, but take my money. Take my."
That's true, because we remember folks who lived through World War One, World War Two. Your family has the Civil War. My family has the Russian Gulag. Well, not quite the Gulags, but
No, I know what you're saying. Real history, and
like,
that's like
old fashioned. Like I know people who were born 100 years ago who are not here now, but that shaped me.
I agree with you. Like my grandma was old world. My grandfather was as well. I think some of it is a lot of people's lifestyles are super busy where they don't have time for big projects. I agree.
You just don't make time. You have all the time in the world. You can exercise and be a circus performer at 40 plus, and it's okay. You can be non-conventionally pretty and do what you want.
So
Make
this
what
is
you
a
want with your time. Sorry, I'm
no, please. No, please. I'm a serial interrupter. But this is a big
No,
thing.
I'm afraid to be scared off Commander.
This is like a huge thing in my life because I am all about how you delegate your time. So I am constantly, I have ADD about everything. So I'll say, okay, I'm going to do this for an hour. I'm going to do this for 2 hours. I have to go to work, but I'm going to do this while I'm at work, you know, like, so
Right.
if you really want to, you'll make time for it.
Exactly. If you prioritize it, if you value your health, your exercise, if you value eating whole cooked foods, you will make the time to do it. Or you find some compromise of like, I use egg whites and I use the crappy Sara Lee 45 calorie bread because I know how many calories it's going to be in my morning toasty. Like, there's enough time. We just need to allocate it appropriately. And if you're sitting on your fanny watching us and not doing something, then you're not living your fullest life. Sorry, folks. Chat, I love you. I don't think you're sitting on your fannies because you're all amazing.
Yeah, I mean that's also not not to say that those those people, especially here in America, that have to work 2-3 jobs and literally have no time but to work and sleep.
Right. Exactly. I'm not discounting that either. So I'm not privileged in trying to disparage anyone. So I hope that didn't come across like that the way it sounded that way.
No, it's just like it's. I think you're right. Like, or at least for me, it comes down for projects, at least it comes down to motivation. Like I'll get extremely motivated, and like apparently with so many people here, like got some got the ADHDs, and like I'll want to do a project, but I'll get distracted by something else, or
Right. So you need to lay out all your stuff. You lay out your fabric, lay out your pattern, lay out your I have my new pens are across the room, but you lay out what you need for what you're doing and you sit. But then it's funny how you can get hyper focused on the stuff you love and then absolutely dread the things like dealing with certain 3-letter agencies that you're like, I hate doing this once a year or 4 times a year, but I know I have to do it.
I forgot I had a CHP inspection and I showed up to work and I'm like, who hit a cougar on the way to work? Why are there so many CHP officers here? But because my job has a certain amount of vehicles, we have to have them inspected by the CHP that people have certain licenses and stuff. So yeah, you definitely have to prioritize.
Exactly. Said, what do you value and what do you want to make time for? Do you want to make time for watching more Carnival Row or Umbrella Academy that's with the TV behind me that I can't sew? Or do you want to like hang out with your friends that you don't know in real life with these weird parasocial relationships that are fun?
Super weird.
So a new corset. Like what do you want to do?
No, I agree with you. It is how you delegate your. Like, I'm really big on that. I constantly tell my son, like, look at how much I got done today, and I'm a bit of a slacker. And I tell him, like, look, I did this and I did this.
That's my biggest thing. Like, I always feel like a lazy wench.
Well, I had a bad example because I was raised by like Depression era and baby boomers who were like oddly hardworking.
I show us all to shame. I feel like a slacker compared to my grandparents.
And that's another thing. Like even my mom should be retired. She's well enough to be, and she's like, no, what am I gonna do? So she goes to work every day.
Right, you get bored. I know. It's so funny. I may or may not have had parents who were like, you shouldn't get a job in high school because your education is more important and you shouldn't work. You should just go to school. But that may have been not the best choice.
I'll never forget. And if you're hate watching, I did listen to you. A long time ago, my brother told me something that was so true. He said, when you're out of school and you start working, you never stop working for the rest of your life.
Right. So put it off as long as possible.
Exactly. I wish I hope you're watching, Michael, because this will be the only time I admit to it. You were right about that.
we heart you, Michael. We are appreciating you.
He was right though. He was right. Like when you're because I partied hard in junior high school, and what should have been college.
Should have been.
Yeah, no, I went high school, university, postgraduate degree with a very expensive brain, and I'm like, did I make the right choice? I don't know.
Would you, looking back though, would you go to college again? Like, I just would have skipped step 1 and taken peyote and traveled around.
Yeah, I kind of wish that I'd been sold off to the gypsies and traveled. Bringing it back full circle to that other story. Like, I mean, I did travel. I went to Europe. I lived in a state that was close to the Canadian border, that going to Broadway shows in Toronto was closer than going to New York City, but that's neither here nor there. But I don't know. I wonder if I'd been a performer from a young age, but I played violin. I learned how to perform. I did all those things, but my heart was not into the criticism at 18, 19, 20. so I have an expensive biochemistry degree instead. But I think there's something to be. I don't know how to change my oil. I can barely change the tire on my car. I have no practical skills as far as plumbing or the electrical engineering skills I learned in physics that I had to take 3 times
Woo!
because it was so hard for me
Oh,
that I didn't learn practically were really challenging. And if I wonder if knowing those practical skills better would have maybe served me better. I don't know.
to be fair, your plumber doesn't know dick about biochemistry or whatever that your degree's in. You know,
Here, no, I do know. Like CRISPR scares me because I know what PCR reactions do. I've done those in the chemistry lab. Like I do know very high tech things, but I don't know basic things either.
that's why we live in the world we do. Like we all as it says, it takes a village, right? Like
Yeah,
like yeah, I could in theory change my own oil, but I don't because I will fuck it up most likely.
I
And
never learned how. I don't know how. Like I literally can't.
yeah, it's like my degree's in physics, right? So it's like
Awesome. Oh,
like
DBQ sucked. I failed. I'm glad I audited that class and didn't take it because I hated DiffyQ.
like there's a scene in I think it's Big Bang Theory. It's funny. It's like, oh, they're breaking down their car. Like, oh, does anyone know about this engine? Oh, internal combustion engine. Oh, the Caro system. I know the physics. Does anyone know how to fix an engine? No idea.
Right?
I love that show. I love that show.
I've never watched it.
Great show. Great show. I mean,
Okay.
some people don't like how it really kind of digs into the very cliche, quintessential, quote unquote, physics nerd or whatever. But I find it comical.
Childhood. It sounds like we're talking about ourselves.
And
Yeah.
they like get next level on like they praise Will Wheaton. There's a scene where they have Katie Sackhoff. She plays Starbuck in Battlestar Galactica. There's a scene where she's in the bed with what's his face, and she's like, this is a fantasy, right? You would never be able to get me in real life. Oh, I died.
Howard, I believe. Yeah.
Every time I watch that, I die of laughter every time.
I know. I'm just glad. Like when I was little, my grandma had knitting and crochet needles. So from the age of like 2 or 3, I was like, show me how to do this. So I learned how to crochet and knit and do some practical things from a very young age. But there's other things I'm like, I have no idea how to do this. I'll be right, chap. No. Hit the head, chaps. BRB.
Craziness. Absolute craziness.
Indeed, he do.
I have a question. Can you hear my heater? Well, if you have to lean in, then I feel like I'm screaming over my heater, and you can't even hear.
Oh, is it that sounds almost like a washing machine or a dryer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've always wondered about that. And back in the day when I first started streaming, like I streamed with some really oversensitive people, and they would always like complain about the noise and everything. And it's like, what can I do? Like, what can I do?
Believe it or not, actually, I got some software that because I was streaming with some people, and as you can probably tell, I move around a lot when I stream, like, and I turned in my chair, and my chair was always squeaking, no matter how much like I'd go and get another chair. And so finally, like, I do two things. First, I buy a stupidly expensive stupid chair. I spend way too much on a stupid chair. And then I find out that there's software out there by NVIDIA that it goes through your graphics card and uses AI, and it essentially filters out all non-voice related, like this. Like in theory, hopefully I don't sound like an asshole when I do this, but you shouldn't hear me when I clap my hands. Like,
I'm muted. That's crazy.
yeah. So that's
crazy. I'm a loud mofo. Like I literally scale my voice back because I'm so loud in real life. I am. Oh, that's awesome. I need something like that. I am because what I do isn't necessarily on the techie side, it's more on the sewing side. I don't care about certain things, you know? Like because there's a lot of people like I would love to have the animation like Commander has, but I just don't have the technical prowess. You know, I try every once in a while when I do the split screen, but that's like so 2004. Like I get it. I get it, you know.
It's called NVIDIA RTX Voice. Is the software.
NVIDIA RTX. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's
I
really
need
neat stuff.
I need something like that because I'm loud as hell. And this
And it's
room,
free, so which is nice.
I'm in a really open, giant room too. So it sucks for acoustics.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you sound good to me, but
Do you know? I wonder what my neighbors think of me because today I was on my rollerblades wearing my weird cheetah print coveralls,
They're like, "When it's
rollerblading.
godless again. Just don't pay any attention.
They have like they have to be used to it though because all those scenes of me like I'm literally walking in front of my house. That's where my lemongrass is. I just like watching the progression over the year, how it
You have
goes
a
from little stuff.
lemongrass plant?
I have a ton. So a long time ago, I plant a lot of food. My pops thought he was being funny, and he thought he was planting green onions. So he thought he was planting thousands of green onions, but it was lemongrass.
oh my
Oh, that's
god.
right. Because you live in his house. Never mind. I don't know anything that I've.
And so
That's
he
fine.
thought
Stop
he
laughing
was
at me, Skits.
he thought he was playing like this like practical joke on me. And the thing is, lemongrass is bomb. I sell it to people. That's how much I grow.
It's so fancy. I know. It's like expensive at the not shopping cart.
I gave it.
Make sure that you turn off your places on your stream afterwards on your YouTube backend.
Well, no one's really. If I have cameras, you can
No,
jack
it's
my.
YouTube. Turn up. There's a place in your description settings. If you scroll down long enough, it goes to automatic places. Click that button off, please.
I will.
Thank you.
Well, I've been docked so hard that like
I meant for me.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
What the hell is lemongrass and why is it expensive? Okay,
It's the yummiest lemon tasting weedy rooty herb
Grass.
ever.
it literally tastes like Fruit Loops. It's natural Fruit Loops. When I eat it, that's my taste
Like
bud.
lemon. It does not taste like Fruit Loops.
I know,
Fruit
but
Loops tastes like Fruit Loops.
It tastes so good. I'm obsessed with lemongrass. I chew on it. And fun
Like,
fact
it's
though,
better than cigarettes. No, that's not true. But
if you
It's better
brew
than
it-
sex.
If you brew
No,
it in your
I
no,
don't think that's it. Now you are
No.
lying, or you've not had sex in long enough period of time.
look, as someone who's considers themselves a foodie, nothing's better than sex, even
Yeah,
food. And I love
food
food.
is food and sex is sex. That's-
But the one thing about lemongrass is if you consume too much, it will make you ill. So I only put bits and bits in my tea. One year I gave it to my gardener. My gardener was like, he looked at me. He's like, bro, do you realize what you're giving me? And this whole conversation's in Spanish. I'm like, bro, just take it. And he's like, all right, but I guarantee you next year you will not give it to me. And the next year I was like, no, you cannot cut my lemongrass because it's huge. It's ton. It's a ton. Like my house looks like SpongeBob's house to the point where they were scouting for SpongeBob the movie, and my house was down to the final 4, but it didn't make it. Because you would have known because it would have been in the movie. By the way,
I'm not young or old enough to have. I watched SpongeBob SquarePants in the olden days, but I don't have progeny to enjoy it as a.
They're gonna make
old circle because it would be weird.
They're gonna make a live action, and I wonder how creepy it's gonna be.
I know. Do you think
Terrifying.
it's gonna be all like grooming and like weird?
You see, the only reason I even know any of this is because the actual people came to my house. So they probably could have filmed it by now because this was during COVID that
Oh, so
they
it's
came to.
done and they're just in post-production.
Yeah, but there is probably already made a live action SpongeBob, and part of me is like, I don't watch kids stuff. Like, well, that's kind of a lie. Like, I watch the old GI Joes, but that's from 1988.
Right, that's old. That's not new.
And they're so choppy. Like I watch it and I'm like, I can't believe I would wake up every Saturday morning at 6 o'clock in the morning to watch this.
No, please make it She-Ra, and we might have a different story.
They remade She-Ra. I tried to watch it, but it was so cringy to me. And the He-Man too. The new He-Man was so cringy, I couldn't do it because they made Skeletor into the meme Skeletor, not the evil, Skeletor was just evil. And if anyone's seen the Dolph Lundgren Masters of the Universe, I'm sorry, that's just a well put together movie. The Dolph Lundgren He-Man movie is one of the I'm going to say this for a lot of movies, so you'll notice a trend. It is one of the greatest movies of all time.
Okay. Point noted.
I say that for most movies, though. But yes, I am definitely one of those nostalgic 80s geeks who watches certain movies because of the era.
I don't know. I kind of like Mulholland Drive and some of those old weird movies.
I like that era, that whole I had an aunt who was a seamstress and she was alive in 1920s and 1930s and 1940s Los Angeles.
She must have sewed on my beauty and has stories to tell of making corsets and chemises and petticoats that I would love to hear. Sorry
I have oh no, please do. Like I have pictures of her dressed as a flapper. There's pictures of her full, she's wearing this full head thing. It's 1930s, so it's not the flappers anymore, but
the big I wish I was a vaudeville. What's the other one? The I'm gonna forget. It's on my Pinterest.
Oh, and before I forget, my Aunt Teresa lived so long ago that I have a table in my kitchen that's from 1920s Los Angeles. From her house when she lived
Ziegfeld Follies. I wish I was a Ziegfeld Follies burlesque Paris dancer girl. Those cute little outfits with barely my day job that's the old-fashioned OnlyFans girls.
Totally.
I wish I was that, but my day job for me. Yes.
Phoenix, your mic is 10 times louder for some reason. We almost killed Skit.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'll do the ASMR voice instead.
There you are. Are you still there? You have a heavy buzz now.
Oh no.
Skit's head almost exploded.
I can still hear you through my headphones.
Sorry.
Even with your whispering.
And you have a heavy beep. You have a heavy beep too. I wonder how dark and depressing it's gonna be.
Alright, I'll just whisper.
But so something happened where your mic try unplugging it and plugging it back in because it's super hissy now. Holy crap, I could actually hear that through the headphone.
Right.
Oh, you're perfect. Are you
right?
back?
Right, Commander? I can't hear you at all now. Wait, where's the
Phoenix, are you there? Oh, now we can't hear you.
Can't hear you at all.
Oh, computers. It would not be YouTube without a technical difficulty. I'm sorry. It would not be YouTube. They've really worked out a lot of their bugs, but it's not as bad as it was 3 years ago.
We're all waiting. Nothing.
I can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
So compensated.
I'll do a little sewing machine ASMR.
Well, you see, if you had the software, we couldn't hear you sewing. Right?
Oh, that's part of the lure, though.
Right?
Is I'm overworking my Husqvarna Viking. One day, this thing is just gonna explode on me. It's gonna be like, I was not meant to be used this much.
Oh, so I have an idea of almost, I guess it'd be like a first kind of a practice project that I think would be super easy.
Sewing projects are on.
So our work,
We still
our
can't
work-
hear you, Phoenix.
Oh, no.
Oh,
So our
you're
work polo
muted. Like
shirt.
you're
Oh, you
muted.
should
Your
have
microphone.
muted. Yeah.
Yeah, your microphone says so. Unmute yourself. Here, let me. I think. Can I do it? Oh no. Oh, it says your mic isn't connected.
Oh, that's probably why. So our polo
Technology.
shirts, like they have this like they got, I guess technically donated through like another federal organization, but they have this stupid like, like we demand that we put our own logo on it on the. So I'm gonna take that and just cover it up with a nice little
Oh,
American flag patch.
I would say line it up and hand sew it.
Hand sew it?
Yeah, line it up and hand sew it. Because the machines are wild at first for sewing patches.
Oh yeah.
Most patches are hand sewn.
Okay.
Like if you look at it, like if you look at a Dodger jersey or like any sports team that you could possibly think of, most of their jerseys are made by hand. So they'll get the base jersey. They'll get the base jersey. That's why, like, if you look on the back of any sports jersey, the names are usually put on by a separate piece of cloth.
Okay.
At least in hockey. I don't know about baseball. They put the letters directly on the jersey, but in hockey, they make the jersey right then and there at the stadium. And they have
Fair enough.
special machines that are made for patches. Like even what I'm doing right now, I'm making this giant hat, and my sewing machine is not meant to take all of this at all.
Just using and abusing.
Pretty much. Pretty much. There we go.
Nope. Oh wait.
You're faintly there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
You're-
now.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Barely.
Barely. You're quiet, but we can hear you.
I was testing my ASMR voice, and now I'll talk like
There.
slightly more normal.
There we go.
It got loud again. There you go.
Nice.
You're perfect.
All right.
It is not YouTube without something going horrifically wrong.
I'll just pretend I'm hands.
There
Oh,
you
you're
go.
perfect. No, you're perfect again.
Okay,
Technology
so-
is so fickle. Technology is so fickle. I'm not saying that this isn't awesome, but I miss the days of like pre-internet.
Right where we just talk to each other on the phone.
Yes, or like when
The party line.
Oh, I miss the party line. We had party line.
Right,
We
because
were-
we're old and we remember shit like that.
Oh my gosh. Some of those party lines were real. Like, especially like they'd be like, hey, there's a party in Van Nuys on blah, 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 blah. Be there, be square. Like, that was real. And you'd go there and there'd be 700 people there.
Oh, see, I thought that meant that there was lots of people on the phone. That was not
That
what party
too?
line meant when I was growing up.
We had that too, but we had a party line where you could like call a number. It was more of like the rave scene, but they would put parties on, like certain companies, like or crews, like the
No.
so and so crew, and they would throw professional like parties with security guards and everything.
Oh, I
Interesting.
miss raves and dancing till like 3:00 in the morning and being stupid.
I've never been to a rave. That was actually one of my
Really?
regrets in life is I've never been to a rave.
Okay, well, just come up to the real part of Northern California and we will have one in my living room because let's put on some placebo. I like placebo and old industrial goth music. So let me know what you like and we'll put on a playlist.
Oh, there's a goth club here that I've been dying to go to, but I'm scared because of COVID.
Oh, please take me. I can put on black leather and look cute and hot and like next to nothing in black leather.
My nieces went, and I'm like, there's not a real goth club. And she's like, Uncle Oldie, let me send you a picture. And I'm like, oh, they revitalized the goth, because it's a different generation.
Oldie.
Oh, take me out tonight.
I will.
I wanna take you home.
I feel old because I'll say
Jesus.
something and they're like,
Baskets.
now I have that song. Take me home tonight. I don't want a something. Please don't strike my channel. No, so back when I used to stream with the English, they would sing copyrighted songs, and there was one older gentleman who's probably on a list by now. I watched his channel get a real copyright strike in real life. In real life, they took his channel down right then and there. Like we were on and the screen went black. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is real. This is real. Same kill, right? I didn't even know they still had goth clubs. Same. So when my niece told me, I'm like, oh, you're just wolfing. Nope, they do.
No, I think most of them are in Germany, which is where Elon Musk got in trouble. But
there was this there's these YouTubers who there's a club in Germany that's so exclusive that if like you have to know what to say to the doorman or they won't let you in. And there's literally like an AI that helps you practice.
Nice.
I want to go to that club.
Yes, please.
I have a buddy who it's actually Slim Cyborg there, but he's out of Colorado, and he's a sideshow freak. I guess is the best way to put it. He swallows swords. He like has people staple money to him for tips, and he stabs himself in the face. He's a great guy. I highly recommend checking him out. Slim Cyborg. But yeah, he like I've been a supporter of his channel and a fan of his channel for a while, and I'm on there. I stream with him on occasion. But my brother, who's also in Colorado, I'm gonna go visit him, and he says, "You better let me know when you're gonna come to the area because he's big into in being he works for the clubs, doing all kinds of crazy things. He's like, and he's real big into the gay clubs because they really like him there. And he's like, I'm gonna take you to some of the best clubs in town, brother." I'm like, okay.
Oh, my bobbin ran out. What's wrong?
I broke my needle.
I know, and my bobbin thread broke
Yeah.
somewhere. This is like a parody of comedies, but that sounds like this person I follow, Boobzilla, who also swallows swords and crushes cans with their ginormous testicles.
I know Boobzilla. I've seen Boobzilla. That's awesome.
She was in the Bay and the what's it called? She was they were on a TV show and on the I'm getting stupid. At the beach, but I want to learn sword swallowing and fire breathing so bad. I have toys that I can play with fire, but when you live where there's fire as a season, fire toys are not really the safest, which is why I have my collection of UV and daylight reactive hula hoops instead.
Just that word will get you in trouble around here. My neighbor did
fire swallowing.
Fire. My neighbor did.
I know fire is dangerous.
My neighbor did a basically he did an uncontrolled burn, and I looked up on my cameras and I saw the fire department going down the street, and I'm like, oh, he's about to get busted. Because you can smell it. But I'm gonna say something. I think it's really weird when people tell on their neighbors. Like, we had water restrictions and somebody was ratting to the point where people were like, who's the rat? Because he called the water company on everybody. And they make millions off of us. Our water is better protected than people.
And that's a sad problem in and of itself.
Yeah.
Our local water agency donated a bunch of stuff to my job. I pulled up and they were like, "Oh, we already have the plates to your truck. Just back in here." I backed into a garage that had double doors. And I'm like, "What are you guys hiding in here?" And I guess water does have to be protected, but it just trips me out. Like when you act suspicious, it makes me wonder why you're being suspicious.
Yeah, that means you have something that you're hiding.
Yeah. And like they're super protective of our water, but it makes sense. If someone spiked the water, we'd all be done for because we shower with it. You know what I'm saying? Like we give it to our animals, we'd all be done for.
Oh yeah. Like we are in America, we are super spoiled. Or well, in most first world countries, super spoiled where we can go to our kitchen, our bathroom, flip a switch, and we have fresh water just pouring out like nothing, and there's still countries out there that have to freaking, go walk a couple of miles with a pot on their head to
To
go
the
get
well.
something. Exactly.
To be fair, if you live in Mitch McConnell's area, you have to do that too.
Fair. If you live in Flint, Michigan, you're still pretty fucked. But
Yeah, that too. So do you think Yellow Man's gonna get arrested tomorrow?
I forgot about that. I was going to talk about that today.
Okay,
Um,
well, I'm glad I
I'm
brought
so
up.
here we are.
I'm so glad you brought that up.
What about Yellow Man?
So I think maybe
Orange
because
Man?
he said it, because like when he probably was like, oh shit, I'm really gonna get arrested. Like it dawned on him, like, oh crud. He still thinks he has an army in his head. He's a paper Hitler. He thinks he has a lot more followers than he actually does. Regardless, and I dare any hillbilly to rise up and try to do anything tomorrow. You will get clipped down instantly. If Donald Trump does go to jail, that's on him. The only reason I don't feel sorry for Donald Trump, and this is something that I'm going to tell you, can look it up. My first year when I came into any kind of money, had a real job, I didn't know what I was doing with my taxes and anything. A couple of years ago, I paid almost $9,000 in back taxes and all of this stuff. And every year, because of my bracket, I paid 9 to 10 times more than Donald Trump ever paid for his taxes. Jail. Off to jail. Straight to jail. Take all the social stuff out of it. The guy is he's stealing from all of us, and remember, they put Al Capone in jail for the very same reason. I'm sorry, like I don't I have no sympathy for
right.
Donald Trump. I have
That
no
This
sympathy.
isn't about taxes. This is about paying off Stormy Daniels and a statute of limitations.
He's I just don't feel sorry for him because, again, like I said earlier, super rich people they live on a different world than we do.
Fair.
So I like seeing people like him having consequences. I don't care what side he was on. If they put George Bush, the second, up for war crimes, I'd be in the front row. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
Barack Obama too, and that's my dude. That's my guy. But
Right.
him and his
Oh
drones
yeah, and
killed
he's
me.
got his own stuff that he needs to have reparations for.
He deported more humans than 7 presidents before him. He killed more people with robots than any human being ever in recorded history.
Yeah.
I hope they throw his ass under the jail. Like I hope the fuck he does. Exactly. Like, but again, this is politics aside. Like, let's take out all your hatred for Donald Trump. If that was any of us, they'd throw us under the jail.
Yeah.
Under the fucking like let's be real. Like, there is a double standard for people in this country. I hope they throw Ivanka. I hope they throw Jared Kushner in jail. Both of his doofy sons.
Oh, and his daughter too.
Oh, Tiffany. She
No,
came in at
the
the wrong
other
time.
one.
Oh, Ivanka.
Ivanka, yeah.
I'm just over it. There is a double standard for people like him, and if that was me, they wouldn't hesitate to put me under the jail.
Me, Gitmo. Yeah.
but that's a weird thing. Like, what do you do when you put a president in jail? Like, how do you? Have we ever arrested a president before?
Never.
No, that's the whole thing. I was listening to Viva and Barnes earlier today. Okay, as I fight with Brunhilde's base. That everything, I don't know, everything seems weird, and it's so hard to be at this place where I don't like him, but are we working with our feelings or with the judicial legal system, and it's there to protect the people we
Yep.
hate the most, not the people we like the most. And
Yes.
from that lens, what's the right option?
You know, even recently with my little piddly case that I went through, I was surprised how much the law protected me over the person who was lying about me. You know, so you have your, and that's another thing in America. You have your day in court. So I
Yeah.
want to hear it out. I like if he really gets arrested, like it's just going to be something to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. Well, that's something to stream about next week. Well, you can preview it on my channel on Sunday.
I might go live tomorrow. If people start burning stuff, I might go live tomorrow.
There you go.
I'll chop on.
But part of me, like, as somebody who's actually fought the cops, I don't think this generation has it in them because they have stuff. They have distractions. Like, we didn't have distractions 30 years ago like we do now. You know what I'm
I know, because
saying?
there was no internet 30 years ago. We used dial-up AOL.
And I'm not even,
if we were lucky.
I'm not even claiming to be a toughie, but like I've been maced, I've been batoned by the cops. Like, I don't think like all these people woofing on the internet, they're just saying it to be tough. Like, there is somebody in the atheist community who people like, who is a troll. And if I ever saw that person, I guarantee they'd run in the opposite direction. Like, people on the internet, it's different in real life to carry out what you're going to say. You could say anything.
Right. You can be a keyboard warrior, and
Exactly.
show up in real life the way you're a keyboard warrior. I am who I am. I'm a nasty, horrible bitch. Love it or hate it, I'm okay with that.
But that's another thing. Like,
Love it.
Thank you. I'm here for you, Skits.
that makes like, as a boss, I'd hire you because that makes you a good like boss. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
And I forgot to say I'm easily trainable. Oh, and
I don't think I was gonna finish my hat, but I don't think people are gonna do anything. I hope I'm wrong, and if people do go crazy, don't come by my house. I'm ready for you. Don't go.
I know, it sounds like, from what I was hearing, it was like the handful of people who support him stay home. The Antifa people stay home because it's just going to look bad for everybody. And let the judicial system do its stuff and just stay home.
I think the only people really gonna be crying are like his minions, like Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Green Taylor, the people who are still
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I always invert her name. I don't know why.
That's okay.
Oh my gosh, it's 8-2. Calgary deserves it. They're probably gonna get in a fist fight because they're racking up the score so much. That's like a hockey thing. Like, if you start hot dogging it too much, you get punched in the face. Hockey is a
No triple hats.
Well, they don't have a 10-run rule in hockey. That's only in baseball.
All right, I'm thinking of soccer with a triple hat. Never mind. Wrong story.
Oh no, they haven't. No, hockey is the same as soccer. They do have. You can get a hat trick.
Okay. Oh, that's what I was thinking of. Wow, I'm.
It is. It's
my sports metaphor is euphemism.
Menage a hat.
But I think I don't think they're gonna do anything. I think it's easy to act tough on the internet. I think it's easy, and you know what? I hope I'm right. But I don't know. There might be. I don't know. I don't think he's that important. I think the media hypes him up. I think I know people who were fervent Trumpers who are over it.
But it also seems like if they do anything, they're going to make him a martyr.
That is true. That is true. But I don't think I personally don't think he can win the presidential election. again.
That's what they said the first time.
I know that's like from what I'm hearing from certain groups, like if they do this, they're basically ensuring his success.
Oh gosh, he would be like Roosevelt. Roosevelt was president in most of his adult life. Like he's the reason that you can only be a president for 8 years because he
He
ran.
was a great president, though.
Ford the first time, so like technically it's possible, but I okay, I might be ageist, but I think for driver's license and presidential things, there needs to be an upper age limit. I'm sorry, come for me.
As somebody who's almost old enough to be president, I agree because if you put me up there, I would be like, okay, we're declaring war on these people because I don't like them anymore. We're declaring war on this little mini country because I want to put a vacation house there.
Right, I know, and I think there's a problem with. I think there should be term limits for all offices because people get into this
Absolutely.
career politician that, like, what's her face from California, Gold. Oh, that's got she has a Jewish last name and she's ancient and didn't even realize she voted.
Feinstein.
Not, I should know
Feinstein.
this. Yeah,
Goldfein, like
Einstein.
Feinstein, Gloria Feinstein, like two term limits per thing because you get out of touch with your community if you're if your job is to be a politician. After a period of time, as you work up, you don't know who your base is anymore because all you're doing is being a lapdog, a lap circle for corporate enterprise.
That happened to Maxine Waters from Compton. She just kept on getting voted in every year. And then she said some really awful stuff, and people were like, who let the Crypt Keeper in here? And we were like, you guys keep on voting this lady into office, you know? But she became get off my lawn at a certain age, and we're like, you've been here for 45 years. It's time to go.
Yeah, I think we need term limits and some oversight.
You basically warehouse yourself in the government away from the real world. It's true. I live in California, we have career politicians. Nancy Pelosi's been around since I was in junior high school. Dianne Feinstein as well. Who else?
Yeah, she's basically dead and sleeps in Tupperware to keep her alive.
There's a Barbara Boxer just retired. I saw a picture of Barbara Boxer. I'm like, she's still around. The guy who's the head of the Republican, what's his name? Is it the guy who just barely made it? They had to vote for him 1,000 times. He's from over the hill. He's literally from Bakersfield. That's an hour from my house. That's literally over the hill. You know, he's another one that's been there forever.
McCarthy?
It's because they keep on getting voted in these little, like, Bakersfield is out in the middle of nowhere. It's like real cowboy country as far as Californians.
Yeah.
That's where
McCarthy.
Yeah, it's where it's cowboy country. Be careful, Liz.
Public transportation.
Some of the best reading I've ever got was in the Portland area. Some of the best books I've ever read. Some of the best freaking bus rides ever was in the Portland area. People are, at least back then, people were extremely peaceful. It hurts my heart when I because I'm subscribed to a bunch of news channels and I'm say, oh, in the Portland, blah, blah, blah. Like, I used to live in Gresham and it was semi-peaceful. And now it's a war zone.
Welcome to Oregon.
Yeah. Lake Oswego. I lived in Tigard. It was out in the middle of nowhere.
That's a Portland suburb now.
That's crazy to me. When I lived on
rich fancy folks.
I lived on Highway 99 in McDonald's, and there was a Dottie's, a 7-Eleven in my apartment complex, and that was it. I was literally, but of course, that was 20 years ago.
Yeah, the olden days.
That's one thing. Like, I had a Slurpee habit. Have you ever had like a weird habit like that? Like, When I lived in Oregon, it was already cold outside. Every night when I'd come home from my job, I'd drink a Slurpee because I lived next door to a 7-Eleven.
No, actually I did. I talked about it. It was Mountain Dew and the Little Debbie chocolate peanut butter crunchy things that I would have for lunch and not eat breakfast and barely eat dinner when I was in the throes of my disordered eating that was not diagnosed as anything, but probably could have a diagnosis.
I feel like that, like with my new thing, I buy Bear Claws and stuff to replace breakfast, and it hasn't necessarily worked.
Bear Claws, like the almond and
Oh yeah.
gummy pastry things.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh God! Don't talk
I
about
love me
good
an apple
Jewish
fritter.
pastries to me.
Well, I live with Ranger Rick, who's all holistic and stuff.
Ranger, that was an old magazine.
I just
Did you
showed
get
my
Ranger
age.
Rick as a kid.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. We're the same age.
Yes, we are the same age. I think we all are the same age.
I will never reveal it.
I
will never reveal it, but we could have went to high school together.
Yes, you may be the age of my sibling. You may or may not be as old as people in my family.
Gilroy, I had a Marie Callender's addiction.
Oh God.
Their pot pies are bomb. I went to the store today. I can't believe I'm mad at myself because I'm on this weird baked potato obsession and I forgot the sour cream.
Communist.
I forgot to buy sour cream. And I got home and Isaiah was like, "You forgot sour cream." And I was like, "Raw!"
He falls to his knees and shakes his hands to God.
No, my house has sour cream. We switched to diet sour cream because no calories, no problem. But yeah, blue cheese dressing. Because chicken wings require blue cheese dressing. If you're ranch, you're lying. And if they don't have a side of celery and carrot sticks, you don't understand chicken wings. And they're not buffalo wings. They're just called chicken wings.
You just reminded me, like last week, for some reason, I didn't like have a sweet tooth. This week, when I went to the store, I'm like, no, I need 3 of these. Like I remembered.
Eclairs.
So, this is late night confessions here in the House of Sewing. I sleep eat.
Oh.
It's the weirdest thing. I'm not even proud of it, but it's something I do. I can't change it. I literally wake up with cookies stuck to my back. Like I sleep eat. I wake up at the table. It's I should see a psychiatrist. It's something extremely neurotic. At least I don't sleep drive or walk out my front door. So I'm not mad about it.
I think psychiatry is not your problem. You need to see your medical doctor, not medical advice.
I wake up at the table. I'm like, oh crud, I did it again. Like, but I buy sweets and I leave them on my kitchen table. And I'll sleep eat, wake up. I'll have frosting on my face, and I'm like, oh, I hope it was good. I hope it was good.
I have a prescription for Ambien, and apparently I also sleep eat when I take that medication. One night, I had this old recliner chair, right, that I needed to take to the dump the next day, right? And I was like, oh, whatever. So, I got to take my sleep meds for that night. And I have this crazy dream that I was like, fuck it, I'm not going to take this thing to the dump. I'm going to, I loaded up the thing into my car and I took it across town and I dropped it off in a field somewhere. And I wake up like, man, that was a weird fucking dream. I go downstairs like, where's my chair? Oh no. I go to my car and I look and there's scratches on my car where I shoved the freaking recliner into my car. I'm like, no. I drive across town to where I'm like, and there it was, just sitting in those open lot. I'm like, no.
I'm scared of that because I'm a bad driver sober. So if I got in my car sleeping, I would crash. And I know somebody who got a DUI on Ambien back when that was a popular thing of people blacking out on Ambien.
Man.
So Kilroy, for a while. I've had sleeping problems my whole life. That's one of the reasons I sew so much at night is because I can't sleep. Like it's I don't even know what it is anymore.
No, it's true. Sleep eating is a thing, and Ambien, it's bad for if you have XY chromosomes, but if you have XX chromosomes, it's even worse. I hate, not that I, never mind, I'm divulging too much, but yeah.
I had a good friend. She woke up in the sheriff's station. She was total Orange County soccer mom, never been arrested in her life, and she's like, "Why am I in my nightie at the police station?"
Oh no!
And they're like, "Ma'am, you wrapped your car around a tree and tried to fight us." And like they showed her the video and everything. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ambien. That.
Sometimes I sleep clean, which isn't so bad because at least when I wake up, I have a clean apartment. Like, oh, all right.
Yes, if we could only just sleep clean, that would be way better.
I'm so like neurotic. I clean all the time. I'm weird about that. Like, so there would be nothing to clean. I clean before I go to bed. Like when I'm winding down, I'll eat something in the kitchen. And I walk around my house. I'm like, what's dirty? What is dirty in this house? Yeah, but sleep eating, it's super neurotic. At this point, I don't even because I'm not medicated on anything. I've been doing it my whole life. It's just one of those weird things. My brother would sleepwalk like out the door. So I'm lucky I don't do that. I go to the kitchen, which makes me laugh. Like part of me thinks is it because I've had this habit pot. So I can't blame marijuana. I can't say, oh, it's just because it's the munchies, because I tell myself sometimes like, bro, you're not hungry. You just have the munchies. Like there's a difference.
You're inspired that way.
But yeah. Oh yeah. That's why. Oh, sorry. I'll say this really quick. That's why I'm mad Oreos went from $3 to $6. You can kiss my butt, Nabisco. I'm not paying $6 for Oreos. No.
Just bake cookies. Just make hands bake cookies for you.
I do. Especially Ranger Rick. He's like, we have vanilla and flour. And chocolate chips. Let's just make cookies.
Nice.
It's sad but true.
When I was growing up, when I was really young, I apparently had a relative problem, if you will, with sleepwalking. And I always remember my dad telling the story. It's like when I was growing up, like he was sitting there, one night watching, late at night watching TV, and he sees me walk into the room. He's like, "Hey, what's going on?" And I said, mumbles something, just walked to the corner of the room, drops trowel, and just pissed right in the corner. And then pulled my pants back up and walked back to the room. He's like, "The fuck just happened?" I was very young.
No, okay, I've got two comments. I know a friend who frequently would pee in corners when they were intoxicated, and I completely have to agree with Kilroy. If you eat wings with ranch, you're going to hell. Absolutely. It's blue cheese. There's no such thing of wings without blue cheese.
I will
That's the only way. I will disown you. I'm sorry.
I will see everyone in hell I'll be sitting there with the devil eating ranch dressing.
No.
I didn't know it was like there was I believe New Mexico, and I ordered ranch dressing, and this lady looked at me and she's like, "What part of California are you from?" I had no idea.
With that.
That's not funny either. Okay. So when I first started traveling around as a kid, I had no idea that people didn't eat avocados and that it was a thing. I eat avocados. I do. I'm from Southern California. Come on. We all know the jingle, avocados from Mexico. Like,
it was not a thing until I was like in my 20s. That was not a thing when I was a kid.
It's weird to me. Avocados. But like I watch a lot of stuff from the UK, and like calling someone an avocado eater is an insult.
Like, so you're Mexican?
Like, I eat avocados, kick rocks, bro. Like, I love avocados. Get out of here. Like, what are you talking about? I know
folks who are allergic to not Mexicans. Avocados.
Oh, where are they? I'm gonna go run at them. I'm gonna literally run at them and.
Yo, you guys
I'm
have
allergic to
broke. You
Mexicans.
folks have broke me again. You circles are breaking me tonight.
You
This is
have like literally
Phoenix
described
being
every other
broken.
person in California. Oh, that's funny.
Oh man. But yeah, avocados are a trip. Like I watched a thing on them a while back. Like they shouldn't, like without human intervention on and they wouldn't exist. Like
Dude,
as
I
far
lost-
as like they were originally the only reason they co-evolved with the giant sloths that could eat them and they
Because
could
they had a
digest.
big enough anus to poop the seeds out to
Exactly.
propagate.
Ew,
Exactly.
that's awesome. That's disgusting and awesome at the same time. Ew.
Yeah, but when they died off, they were the only ones that were like they ate those things, and then for us,
I'm broken.
I'm
Broken.
not crazy. I'm not crazy. I lost my rotary tool. I've been looking for it for the past 20 minutes. I'm not crazy.
It's under your fabric.
It fell on the floor. I'm like, but the problem is, so let's review Godless Sewing's life choices. So getting a green shag carpet wasn't necessarily the best life choice because things hide in shag. Like I just
I mean, so it looks like avocado. So you have avocado green shag carpet.
it is because I'm an avocado.
It's-
What is it? I'm
pooped out by a
a
giant sloth.
I'm an avocado. I'm part of the Liberati. No, the Wokarati avocado eating. No, it's the avocado eating Wokarati.
Karate.
This one politician named Suella Breverman in England, she went up for an official speech. She's like, I am
Welcome
not a
back,
part
Liz.
of the avocado Wokarati. I was like, holy cow, I need to write that down. I need to write that effing down.
Oh, that's like when I heard Count Dankula tweeting that he. Oh, where was he at? Like the EU something was, and they introduced him as Count Dankula instead of by his real name, and he was wearing a suit. But if you want fun history, Count Dankula is actually really good. He doesn't just talk about smoking dope.
You know what? I let my son watch his Count Dankula. I don't have a problem with him.
He's
I
great. His history stories are amazing and things I would never heard about because I'm not from Europe. The one about the lady who offed the guy who offed her kid was pretty impressive.
you know what's so funny? Like I would be that guy. Like you would have to tie me down. I wouldn't be able to be in a courtroom if someone did something like that.
Oh yeah.
Fair.
I would not be able to be in the courtroom. I would be like, no way.
There's a recent
I know.
court case I was just watching where, like, the father of like the victim went after the guy who murdered his daughter, and they drag him away from the defendant and everything like that, and the judge is like, yeah, I'm not filing charges on that guy. Nah. Fuck, I wish you would have done it. Like, yeah, it's bad news bears. I don't even want to imagine, myself in that situation, because can you imagine the raw, pure hatred? Like, I don't hate
for dating
people.
ourselves with referencing bad news bears.
Bad news bears. Oh man, I totally missed it. Where the hell did Godless go?
Oh, people being mean to kids and being a parent and being unrelentingly, aggressively angry.
Like I had, and to this day, sure, still do have anger issues, but it's when it's so much easier, just like fucking chill. It's easier. Why
You
not?
know, I
Those
sadly,
cupcakes.
I'm not playing with the diabetes. I'm chasing diabetes.
No,
You know,
neither.
my son shamed me when I put this in the cart. He was like, "Really?" I was like, "You are too old for this role reversal. Like, you are. We need to have a talk."
What is that? Is that a sheet of baked sweetie pastries? No.
Entire thing of little
these are-
mini cupcakes.
These are all mini cupcakes. They're chocolate and cake and like regular white cake.
Oh God,
the-
give me just like one. The diabetes runs too
Right.
strong in my family, and I fought really hard to keep this hourglass figure and not have the obesity, hypertension, and diabetes because it runs way strong.
I think the
And
only
I'm
reason I'm
still obese,
the
overweight.
only reason I'm skinny is because of my lung issues. So it's kind of like cheating because I can eat anything, but it's because I have a health issue.
Yeah, no, I have a health issue, but it means that I see food and get fat.
It's like the episode of South Park. How'd you lose all that weight? I have AIDS. Like, you
Yeah,
have AIDS? Yeah. But
yeah,
ended up just being
basically,
assistance AIDS, but yeah.
I'm trying to fight three generations of diabetes and obesity and hypertension.
My mom jokingly says that she had breast cancer and she says it was the best weight loss program ever.
Oh my God.
No, my mom was
Hey,
almost
you're being
400.
frank.
No, my mom was almost 400 pounds.
Holy
And
schmolies.
she lost, my mom lost 200 pounds, almost 250 from cancer. She's still alive. She's in her 70s, but she never gained the weight back ever. And
Good
she's
work
been
for her. I'm glad I've only seen Wonderland. I've never crossed the 2 number, but I'm tiny. So if you go to the waist to height ratio, yeah, I'm effed.
yeah,
Because
my
I
mom
need to be tiny.
and she's only like 5'6". So she was when I was a little kid, she was a big woman and she
Oh, so
slowly
that's
lost weight.
66. Yeah, so you have to have less than, but for a lady, you have to have less than a 36-inch waist ratio for hypertension and diabetes risk. So,
Oh, my BMI now is still unreal. I'm skinny and it says that I'm fat.
oh yeah,
Like,
I've always been overweight, but I've not crossed into the obese territory. But
I literally just went from obese to overweight.
congratulations!
Yeah, I was like, yay!
So welcome to being under 30% BMI.
Exactly. Yeah, 30 BMI. I was like,
I
yay.
We will
Allie
not
is
talk about how I know these things.
Allie is the only FDA approved weight loss drug for over the counter. Is the only thing that has helped me really lose weight outside of that's crazy.
Oh, Vyvanse.
Time
That's
was
also an
amphetamine.
ADHD med. Oh, that's such a. Oh, I know that's legal speed, but hey, if it works for you, honey, and it's working, go all for
I
it.
can't take what is it called? Vyvanse anymore?
Vyvanse.
Vyvanse anymore because of the commercial driving, but Allie works. That's crazy. Yeah, I lost weight just with the pre-cancer. Don't recommend that. And I'm not. Please do not take any medical legal
No.
advice about it. So no, but my mom was a larger woman, and she tries to stay on the positive side. She had a mastectomy. Like cancer really affected her. It's not like she didn't come out. She came out scarred from it. It wasn't a walk through the park.
Right, I know. If I could have a mastectomy paid for my insurance, I would be down 30 pounds, but never mind.
Kilroy and I
That
are on the
counts like
same.
that.
Kilroy, you and I are on the same weight loss program. The only weight loss program that ever worked for me was crippling depression.
That's true. I am an emotional not eater, so I can concur with that. I'm not an
Same.
emotional eater.
I'm an emotional eater
Generally.
too. Like, and it's a funny thing, like, because my father did not eat food, I had that terrible example of a man who would smoke and drink coffee all day long.
Right. So you're right. Being an emotional non-eater is different from an emotional eater.
I'm that
Right.
one.
The latter. Fair.
Yeah, the
People
eater.
fall into 2 camps. They're either one or the other. It's okay. You just gotta know which camp you fall in.
Yeah. But I grew up around a bunch of like either people that were big or heroin chic because they were like, I'm not gonna be like that. And so they'd starve themselves. So I had the worst. The 90s were awful because we had the waifs, we had Kate Moss, like, and for anyone who says that men do not have eating disorders, you have lost your brain. It's just we don't talk about it, But there are men that have anorexia, bulimia. There are,
In the bigorexia for the
Oh,
AIDS,
gosh.
like fighting and building muscles and wanting to be super huge. But I tried to
What
be
is
a
it called?
waif and it still didn't work because the genetics run strong in my line.
What is that called?
Bigorexia?
Bigorexia.
You know, like the Venice Beach buff kind of guys, like in
Yeah, the folks who do way too much trenbolone and
Yeah,
PRT to look
totally me.
extra huge and buff. Oh, I'm not flexing. Here, can I flex? Oh, I can't.
around
do
here.
it. But
Around here, when a man is that big, they're usually a gay guy because no one cares more around here than a gay man. Like no one cares about their
don't want
body.
to
Though.
pretend that they're sick from AIDS. It's an old holdover from the 80s.
True. That's very true, and that's where a lot of BDSM came from as well, because they didn't want to have sex, so they were like, "All right, we can still mess around and beat the heck out of each other." Kate Moss syndrome was horrible. I agree. It was we
Yeah,
just
I
had
could
bad
never
examples.
starve myself to be that skinny. I tried, but it didn't work. I was still a chubby kid.
I think people like we don't take our own body types into considerations as well. If they don't
There's
look
this-
like they have an air hose in their ass, they've got problems with their body. It's so true. It's so true.
There's this medication out there that for, I think it's for diabetes, but it is super effective at weight loss, like
Oh,
ridiculously
the
so.
semaglutides is super amazing. I want some, even though I don't really need it, but I've
That's
seen
the
it work
problem.
wonders.
Is because so many people find that the side effect, the off label, is the weight loss.
Right,
And
the Ozempics and the I forget the Wegovy, Ozempic, and there's another one, but yeah, it's hot right
You know
now,
what's
but
so
it works.
Yeah.
horrible? Do you know
and
it's
people
so
are good getting it
horrible?
off late or getting off the the quote unquote black market, if you will, and it's they're jacking up the
Oh.
prices and everything like that for people who actually need it for the diabetes,
Yep.
and it sucks. But
I am
like,
literally
I love the
singing.
idea.
Have you guys heard the commercial? Oh, Ozempics. You know, we're the only country in the world that has pharmaceutical companies that advertise on television. They sponsor the Kings. I know I know their jingle and everything.
Well, not only that, but Pfizer sponsored Sam Smith's thing. Like, yeah, direct marketing of medication, pharmaceuticals is we are the only country, and it's a huge problem. And Pfizer and all these big companies, oh, it's gross. I don't even have the brain cells right now to delve down that rabbit hole. Ask me on Sunday, and I
That
will
song,
pontificate more.
and it's catchy. It's a catchy song, and they do that for shrubs like me who are habitually at the doctor.
Which is why I try not to watch Hulu. I love Hulu, but I hate Hulu because I don't like to see commercials because they make me sick.
We are the only country in the world that advertises pharmaceutical companies on television. Drug commercials make me want to strangle somebody. It's this.
They got a pill for that.
I wait.
Right? It's called Fuck It All because
You
I
know-
don't give a shit at all anymore.
Oh God, Doctor Who. We are leaning more and more towards the Doctor Who verse, the David Tennant era, because there's they go to this like to the future, and people instead of doing drugs, they just put this thing on their neck. It's called bliss. Then they sit down and they're in bliss, or joy, and they put it on their neck and they
Joy,
sit down and
yeah.
it's just. But they're junkies because they're not doing anything. They're just taking a patch and they do nothing with the rest of their lives, you know. But that's what they're trying to do. We are the only country. Good point, Godless. If it needs to stop big pharma, it can be so. I tell this all the time because I'm middle class. I don't necessarily have these problems, but it makes me want to cry when I'm at the pharmacy and people get turned down. Like, bro, they need that drug. Like, they're here for a reason. Like, oh, I mean, it's we are evil in America. And I lived in Mexico. That would never happen in Mexico. If especially if you needed a drug, if you didn't have the money, the pharmacist would give it to you. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Only. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just as one of the relative few people in this country who, has socialized medicine. Who like I go to
you
the
get
VA.
paid medicine?
Absolutely,
Congratulations! I'm sorry.
I love it. I've had maybe one problem with the VA healthcare system since I've been, a patient for the last, 10, 15 years. And I haven't, haven't had to pay for any of my medications, which would have been thousands of dollars over the past years. I've had injuries outside of my service-related disabilities that they cover. They do MRIs, physical therapy, all the medications involved with that, all cost-free for me. All the psychological, behavioral health, and the psych meds that I've had to take over the years, all cost-free. The VA sometimes gets a bad rap, and it's ends up, as somebody who works for the VA now, um, it comes down to staffing and funding, obviously. And the VA gets a bad rap because they've been slicing away at them over the years, because really, hooray for the soldier, fuck the veteran. And
I know.
it's.
Oh, go
No,
ahead. I can
I'm done.
pontificate afterwards.
I'm all done.
Oh, I was just gonna say, because my family has had 2 generations of folks who've worked as healthcare providers for the VA, and the way their current EHR system is stupid shitball crazy, and in so many states the way they have reduced their acute care facilities to just geriatric care and quasi drug rehab behavioral health stuff. They used to be way much better. It's sad that I'm going to say this, that they kind of need a big war to get back into the realm of actually treating patients where they're at instead of these like long-term weird things. But that's just what I've seen from my experiences.
Do you think America could ever have anything like the NHS, or are we so far gone that because we are ran by pharmaceutical companies? Do you think they would ever?
Right, I think big pharma's rimmed us up the a-hole so far that I don't think we can get back to it. It would be nice if we could have a model like maybe South Korea, where the doctors were paid a salary by the government, where we didn't have a fee-for-service pay model for providers, because in the private insurance model realm, it sucks that you get paid by the upselling of procedures, and if you aren't a provider who does procedures for folks, you get paid what the Medicare fee-for-service model is, and it's shitty. What other model says I charge, for a random example, $240 for a first office call, which technically by insurance model standards is a 15-minute visit, and you're lucky if you get paid a quarter of that, and then have to depend on private insurance co-pays and stuff, but your Medicaid patients don't pay that. The providers don't get paid. They have these ginormous debts, but don't get paid what they charge. Like, what service deals with that shit?
Yeah. Well, one thing that I just recently found out, because like I needed to start seeing a different provider for something, and they just, because of where I am in the VA system, I couldn't use that particular provider system, so I had to go through community care, which it pretty much just says you can go through a community access point and the VA will pay for it,
Yep.
which is cool. Until you figure out, okay, so the reason I have to go see this doctor here is because we're underfunded, and there's a lack of staffing here, so we have to outsource it to this private person. Well, for each, and it's just okay, it's just a regular psych appointment, right? Just a counselor, nothing hugely special. And they're charging the government $1,000.
Yeah, they charge like $300+ for a first office call that is on the time is like 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sitting there going like, yeah, this is very useful to me, and I'm very appreciative of it. But you're charging the taxpayers $1,000 for an hour. Who fucking gets paid $1,000 an hour?
No, the provider doesn't. not that I may or may not know from I do not know this. I do not know these things in my real life day job.
My inhaler without insurance costs $96. With insurance, it's $9.
My human may or may not have a medication that without insurance is $1,000 a month.
Who can afford? See that's
Not me, and
that's what
I
like
may or may not be a provider.
that's when I lose it at the pharmacy where I have to like walk outside. I miss smoking cigarettes because back in the day I could just walk outside and smoke a cigarette. But like when I see people, they're like, "What?" And it happens all the time. It was so bad that I called and complained at the CVS that I go to, and I'm not saying I got them fired, but there's only one person left of the old staff.
Well, I mean, and that's another problem too, at least at the pharmacy end. So many of the corporate pharmacy pharmacists are traveling providers who don't live in your community, are not invested, who don't know the people, are there for a short period of time, and are the traveling commercial pharmacists get paid way more than a VA pharmacist was, that I may or may not know from real facts. Because the VA pharmacists did a lot of work, because I may or may not know a handful of them.
And that's one of the biggest things with the VA being understaffed is they're just not keeping pay parity with the civilian world.
No, and we're not keeping pay parity for private providers either. It's shit. The CMS system is. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Okay, I'm not really gonna cry, but this is a sore spot for me.
To make it, do you think just inflation in general, to bring it back to my shallow crybaby thing about a mat, like the other night, the other night, I think I said this on your channel yesterday. I got a hankering for Carl's Jr.
Right?
I went to stinking Carl's Jr. It was $15 for a double Western bacon cheeseburger combo. Okay, and it came out to 16 with tax. Who can afford that anymore? Who? Like,
nobody, especially. Oh my god, we haven't even talked about like the Silicon Valley Bank, Credit Suisse, and all of these banks. They're trying to force us into a social credit banking system where all of us, like, we're such weirdos. Nobody's gonna give us money regardless of what we do or what we do in our day job, because they're going to look at our online stuff and be like, "Oh, you're a weirdo. We don't want to give you money. We're not worthy of our bank accounts anymore."
Very Chinese.
You should.
Sorry, I completely derailed this drive.
Oh no, please keep going.
Debbie Downer.
Is my signal?
Oh, don't
back?
worry. We were going pretty crazy to be.
I can never tell until I watch it like on the replay, and I'm like, "Oh, my signal was choppy. I had a good point at that moment, and it completely chopped me out." And now I completely forgot what the hell I was gonna say. Brain fart. Because I'm trying to finish. I'm trying to finish this hat, and it's easy to make, but I get so distracted when I'm streaming because you're doing 15 other things, you know.
I know, that's why I had to stop sewing stuff, because I'm like, I don't know if my bobbin's out. I think I need to re-spool my bobbin, and I can't deal with it. And I'm just like,
yes, Liz,
I'm
like
cracked out.
I agree with you, and that's crazy in Portland. If that's $14 in Portland, then we've all lost, because that means it's $20 here. I don't go to
a physician for 15 minutes of time may or may not be paid like $80, and it's crap. All the systems are effed up, and we need to. A physician who can't get a residency, who doesn't get government funding, who has $500,000 worth of loan to pay back, can't live being paid $70 for 15 minutes of time if they value their health and well-being. I may or may not know anything about that.
Man, I watch way too much television. I'm making a Gangs in New York hat right now.
Let's make a New York hat, because let's talk about something fun. Because I'm
Daniel
just feeling
Day-Lewis.
depressed and like.
Are you ever into like specific actors? Like I had a Will Smith thing when I was a kid. I'd go see any movie he was in. Like Tupac was the same way. Like any movie Tupac was in, or is there like Richard Dean Anderson?
I loved Keanu Reeves. Okay, I could go with Keanu Reeves today and tomorrow.
Keanu Reeves is such a humanitarian. You can walk up to him. Like Keanu Reeves is a real human. Being raised around the Hollywood type in general, there's a lot of people who think they're better than everybody else. Hey, Mark, looking for a job turned into actually doing the job. I love that. When you show up and they're like, oh, can you do it right now?
Good job, honey. I write because it's like the daytime and it's like almost bedtime for us, like for Shlomos.
Yeah, Whopper with no cheese and a fry and a large drink, $14. Laugh out loud. I took a break on I think that's another reason I was I don't eat fast food that much. So I think I was shocked at the price because I don't frequent fast food restaurants. Having worked at a few will make you not want to eat that stuff.
Fair. And the Burger King burned in my town. No, like literally it burned in a forest fire.
The one in my town needs to. They're ridiculous. I was addicted to Burger King's breakfast. And you know what? I'm such a Karen.
Sandwich.
Oh, it's bomb. Like 5 years ago, they were like, okay, it's $9. And I remember being like, I will never come back. And I haven't.
Yeah.
Because keep in mind, when I was a feral human, this was 20 years ago, but I did a lot of traveling around. I was a real life nomad, and like fast food kept me alive, and it was affordable. And I was a real life hobo, like literally with my satchel and crappy pants.
No, it's nothing's affordable anymore.
And I don't know how like homeless people do it anymore. Like I won't eat McDonald's, but their McChicken saved my life, man. I still eat a McChicken to this very day.
Live off the mayonnaise and the calories in the mayonnaise alone.
And mustard packets.
Or even like Jack in the Box, okay? Isaiah recently is on this weird kick where he wants Jack in the Box. I'm like, whatever.
One of my least favorite.
When I was in my super teenage years, I was hooked on that stuff.
But
their breakfast jack, and keep in mind, I don't eat fast food. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, the breakfast jack is still 99 cents. He ordered what he ordered. I'm like, let me get 2 breakfast jacks. My order was $24.
No, I could buy all that shit plus extra and make it at home.
We could make a fleet of breakfast jacks for $24. Bread is cheap, the ham is still cheap.
We could feed a homeless army and have leftovers to spare.
So it's as of my recent brush with fast food, it's become almost offensive because I go to fancy restaurants. Like, because I'm bougie. I hang like my mom. That's one thing I like about my mom is like she'll go with me to a fancy restaurant. And my son too, because he's a foodie. But like, it shouldn't be the same price for McDonald's for a sit down restaurant. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Yes, a sit down restaurant should be at least 10% more.
There's a place I go to, a place called Wood Ranch. It's social engineering. I'm sure everyone has one in their town. It's a yuppie thing. They come with a Jamba Juice and a Starbucks. It's like yuppie barbecue food. I'm obsessed with the place. That costs just as much as Carl's Jr. and McDonald's, and they have quality food. It's crazy in this country, you guys are making me feel better because I thought it was just around here. I won't go to fast food anymore. A mom and pop restaurant is usually cheaper or the same exactly, but tastes the same. I go to a greasy spoon called Jimmy Dean's. Yes, it's named after the actor. He started the restaurant. And it's just good old grade A classic greasy spoon. But they have the same prices as McDonald's, but it's 10 times better,
My town doesn't have McDonald's, so I went to the Wild Goose and had a Bloody Mary and Eggs Benedict and a side salad, and it was good.
Eggs Benedict, one of my favorite breakfasts.
I know hollandaise sauce. I need to learn how to make it at home because
I can
I'm hooked on
drink that.
sauces. I just want the creamy sauces, please.
I'm a sauce guy.
Yes,
I'm like
I
that.
see you skits. You're just drinking the sauces. That's me.
I'm a ranch guy. You fight me. You know what's
Fight
so
me.
funny? Ranch is almost up there with pineapple. I had no idea so many people didn't eat ranch dressing. That's just
Ranch
strange.
dressing is gross. Blue cheese. No, ranch dressing is disgusting.
I make my own.
I
Though.
like those.
I make my own. If I made you some from scratch, you'd be like, okay, this is decent.
I'm sure it would be passable, but from where I come
Passable.
from, it's blue cheese or nothing.
I wouldn't vomit if I ate it. But,
I would eat it, but I would not say it's my favorite.
Have you ever heard of Bob's Big Boy blue cheese?
I've heard about Big Boys.
I was going to
They
say yes to the first part, no to the second half.
Here they still sell Bob's Big Boy products in our grocery stores. And so and it still tastes exactly the same as when I was a little kid. So I do eat blue cheese, but it's only Bob's Big Boy.
I just make my own with low-fat mayonnaise, low-fat sour cream, and blue cheese crumbles. And
Learning to cook is kind of like making your own clothes. Like you're gonna make a gang of mistakes at first, but then you'll be so glad that you learned that skill.
If you don't die.
You know what? Isaiah has taken over for kitchen detail in this house, and he's a better cook than I am.
You learn from experience, from practice.
Yeah, he's
Just like sewing.
I called his mom the
Times
other
to get
day.
better.
I called his mom the other day, and I was like, I think our son has a life skill. Like he can actually cook. And I couldn't cook like that until out of necessity, until I was like on my own.
I've always loved
Seriously,
cooking.
but I grew up with having amazing ethnic grannies who cooked for me, so it took 20 years of practice to get as good as my Polish Grammy.
I think that's the
Nice.
only thing I'm a snob about is Mexican food because of my grandmother. So there's certain things where I'm like, this is gonna be insulting. Like Chipotle, I hate to say this, Chipotle is insulting to someone like me because I grew up with authentic food. I'll eat it. I'm not gonna wag my finger at it. I think it's decent, but it's not Mexican food. It's American. It's Taco Bell.
And there's no place that sells pre-made gefilte fish.
I love gefilte. I can't say it. Gefelka?
It's gefilte fish, and
Gefelka.
yeah, the Manischewitz in the jar is not the same, and I don't have a Jewish granny to make me gefilte fish who had the carp in the bathtub swimming live and then made out of it afterwards.
My father was.
Okay.
My pops was an alcoholic. He had Manischewitz always around the house.
That was the worst alcohol ever.
ever.
So sweet. So goddamn
know.
sweet.
It was my first, and the
Same.
peach one is so good. It's
Same.
so bad.
Ugh. I get sick just thinking about what you said because I tried all my dad's like all the peach schnapps, the liqueurs, all of it. As you know, as a kid, you're like, oh, I'm getting wasted. Now I would Ralph. Apricot brandy? No, thank you.
Little
No.
buttershot schnapps.
It's broken me so many times tonight. It's so good, but so
Speaking of
bad.
which, L'chaim.
I can't even stay in frame of my camera. I'm so bad.
You got me with the Manischewitz. That totally brought back memories because my pops was a real alkie. We had every alcohol you could possibly think of in this house to the point where he never noticed if anyone took it because he had freaking just gallons of booze.
Right, because they used to sell like the
Handles.
what is it, Carlos Sandovi and the like gallon jugs with the handles? Do they even sell
Carlos.
that anymore?
You guys remember box wine? Do they still sell box wine?
Oh yeah,
I'll take a box of your finest wine, please.
you know you're a cheap drunk if you're asking for the boxed one.
It reminds me of a certain era. Manischewitz is still the only wine I gave up and threw down the drain. It's yuck. But I had I was a hard I drank. I was a real drinker. I always talk about I quit drinking 11 years ago for a reason, almost 12 for a reason. So I've had every booze known to man. That's all that stuff just
Rossi.
tastes like a
Oh, that's the
hangover.
one I'm thinking of with the gallon jug with
The
the
big with the
Oh,
little hole,
yes.
right? Or you're like,
with the tiny handle
little
for the
hole, like,
giant
Yes, you could get your finger through one of the freaking.
barely.
the handle wasn't even big enough to
I wonder
pour
if
it.
that's recyclable in California. I wonder if they still even sell those. I wonder.
Right.
I'm not a boozer. I don't go down the booze aisle. I haven't had a drink in a long time. That's why I had to ask if they still even had boxed wine.
No, now they come in frozen like plastic packets now. They've upgraded.
Yiddish wine.
Upgrade.
Is it Yiddish? Yiddish wine, the cheap stuff tastes like death. I accidentally took the wine instead of the grape juice Yiddish and I spat it out. Yeah, it's yuck. It's not for the faint of heart. It is not for the faint of heart.
Oh, but it's almost Passover, so I might need to make some matzah cake, which is matzah dipped gently in Manischewitz, layered with Nestle's cocoa powder mixed with margarine, in between layers with nanopearl sprinkles.
That reminds me, my friend from Haifa, his wife, like I have grapes, but I don't do anything with the grape leaves. You know, she came to my house and she's like, "You Americans are so wasteful." She made the most I still don't know what it was, but she made this meat dish in my own grape leaves, and I was like, "This is the greatest thing ever."
Grape leaves are the best. Grape leaves with rice, and you roll them up with some. I think they soak the leaves in some red wine, dried red wine. Oh, it's a Greek Jewish
There are
recipe. Oh, it's so good.
Sorry.
Go
There
ahead.
are legit bougie wines being put in boxes nowadays. I would pay money to see that. That's awesome. It reminds me of back in the day, my parents would have like all of a sudden 15 people would be at the house and they're all drinking. They'd have like mini ragers and they just all of a sudden the boxes would start coming out. Or you knew a rager was coming when you saw the box in the fridge. You're like, uh-oh, they're partying tonight. They are partying. My parents were real life alcoholics. Like I know a lot of people talk about my parents drank for real. Like they were pirates. Say Yiddish. Kiddush.
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 Oh.
Kiddush.
Oh.
I think
It's
like the prayer you say for the dead, but that
it's
might
a Hebrew for sanctification.
Oh. I rarely drink for medical reasons, but I don't really miss my vices. Sweets. Liz knows. Says the guy who's chasing diabetes in his own house.
the diabetes runs too strong. Give me a Seagram 7 and 7 and I'll fight the diabetes.
I can only drink red dessert wine.
Dessert.
All other wines taste like cat piss to me. Same. I've never liked wine except for Strawberry Hill Boone's Farm. I found it when I was 12.
That's not wine. That's malt liquor. If you want a sweet dessert wine, get like a ice wine from Western New York where they have to wait until the grapes have frozen, gone through the first frost, and then they harvest them. Super expensive, very fancy, but it's like drinking caramel syrup.
Yeah,
But
alcoholic syrup.
It's syrup wine, but dessert wines are not desert wines.
I love it. Desert wine. Cactus wine.
Oh, God.
Oh, I need an interpreter and some professional help. Are you kidding me? Whenever someone's like
all of the above here in the chat, in the stream, not that I'm speaking for anybody besides nobody.
when anyone tells me they went to LA USD schools, I'm like, oh, so you can barely read too, right? Oh, okay. I always this is my joke, and I was joking when I said that because I didn't realize because of where I grew up, the things I learned in junior high and high school, they were teaching in junior college in LA. But whenever I'm at the pod shop or something, my old man joke is when I hand someone cash, I tell them, count that. I went to public school. No, it's my old man joke. That is literally like my one-liner, stupid joke that I always take. Every single person looks at me and they're like, "I went to public school," and I'm like, "So did I." I'm kidding.
No, but
No one
that's
gets-
like in Europe. They graduate high school with a equivalent of an American bachelor's degree. Europeans are way more smart than Americans.
I
and
told
have
you
been for
about
a long time.
Oh, sorry. I told you about Max, my friend from Hamburg. We're the same age. He's a brain
Hamburg?
surgeon. He's from Hamburg, Germany, and he's a brain surgeon. I grew up with his Oma and Opa. I grew up on the same block with them. I knew him my whole life. My friend Sean, that's his cousin, and his grandmother came to me one day, and she's like, "My nephew's coming from Germany. Will you hang out with him?" I said, "Sure." Germans know how to drink. He taught me how to roll a J with a filter. Still to this day, I roll a J with a filter because of my friend who civilized me when I was 16 years old. Who taught me how to roll a real J. But the thing is, like, he came straight from Hamburg, Germany, and he could speak legible English.
Intelligible. Legible would be how you write it.
Well, he could speak English to the point where he didn't understand our slang, but he could speak English.
No, exactly. Yes. Everywhere else in the world is way more cultured and knows how to do things. Sorry, Skits, go for it.
No, I was laughing.
If you sent me to Germany, I wouldn't be able to speak German. Like I would in 6 months.
Sprachen Sie Deutsche ein bitte hier, please?
But how many people could just plop in another? Sorry.
That's how I know. That's the only words I know in a couple languages.
Der Kaiser Arsen.
Potty.
Der Kaiser Arsen Arschloch. I know a few things. But then I'm literally saying the Kaiser, like a Kaiser roll, as an a-hole. I'm not saying like the Kaiser, like Wilhelm.
Not like the like Kennedy and talking about being a donut.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
That's the one.
All right, let's see. This hat's almost done.
I know I had to like take a break because I'm like I can't sew right now. Everything's turning into a big pile of knots and messes.
I actually have an early day tomorrow, so I should be taking off here shortly.
All right, I will. Let me finish this real quick.
All right, you finish sewing
hours.
fast because you're the only one sewing right now.
I'm almost done.
Oh
This
no,
is
no,
twice
no.
now. This is gonna be twice now that I ended a stream on making. I actually did what I said I was gonna do.
That looks like a right Abe Lincoln hat.
Right?
Comrade is back. Commodore is back.
Yay, Commander!
Yay.
Oh, I said it wrong 3 times in a row.
The Commodores are cool too. I love Lionel Richie, even though for some reason the younger generation calls him a sellout, and I don't know why. I love Lionel Richie. I went to public high school in a little hick town, and that school has consistently been one of the highest scoring schools. And see, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I always say it as a joke because here in LA, like, it's a toss up, and we are now passing children who literally cannot read, and that's not a good thing for our future.
No, that's the same thing in Oregon. The graduation rate is like super shitty.
It's really.
And they're passing kids who shouldn't. Like, I know someone who was held back, and they have a decent job. They live in a bigger house than I do.
But that's not to say that not knowing basic skills doesn't mean you can't learn how to do electrical or plumbing or things that I don't know how to do. They're not like in where I grew up. There was this program called BOCES, which you learned all these trade skills. It was car stuff, plumbing, and electrical, hairdressing. I pay $75 for an hour to fix basic things that I may or may not have an expensive brain, and I don't know how to do. Look at that hat! Oh my god!
I have to
Starting to look a little Cat in the Hattie.
You need
Little
some
Dr. Seuss.
Exactly. You need some grosgrain or buckram to make that stand up big.
I like it though.
In America. This is America. In America. I've been watching
America hat.
I've been watching way too much Gangs of New York. Hold on. I have to end this properly. Hold
Is
on.
this your MAGA
I like
hat?
that though.
Let's make America great again with this hat and a giant jacket.
Make
Do
hats
it.
great again.
I have to end this properly.
You know that MAGA is Latin for female sorcerer. That's why every time a Republican goes to jail, they scream witch hunt.
Right, because the witches rule.
Love it.
That's great.
That does look
Something,
great.
something.
Look like a
Oh.
hip hop Lincoln.
Yeah.
Something, a speech about America. Do you know, in my day, we didn't have the internet. We had Walkmans, kids. We actually had to walk around. We had these things called tapes where we actually had to put them in the machine with batteries and actually listen to the whole album to get to the song that you wanted to listen to.
And hope that your tape didn't run out and get stuck in it and you had to wind it up with a pencil to get to the song you wanted.
And
we
the
didn't
batteries were not rechargeable.
Also
you
true.
weren't.
And we
Oh
did
my
not
God.
count calories, kids. In America, where's an eye patch? I need to make an eye patch. In
Where's an eye
America, we
patch?
did not count calories back in the day. Where's my pirate patch?
You put it on the cat. Remember? Oh wait.
Yeah, Odin has his eye patch. You left
You
him
think
outside
I'm-
with it.
You think I'm joking? Odin
No.
is gonna morph into a human and be like, okay, you have passed level 1.
You should
You
sew the
named
eye
your cat
patch for him.
Odin. He is not a nameless cat. His name is Odin.
I think I have slowly named the cat Odin, but I don't know the sex, but it's a feral cat and it doesn't have bits, so I'm assuming Odin is a female.
Oh, so you should maybe try to trap them and try to get them fixed so they don't have little Odinesses.
More
And
more Odins.
that's my only fear about Odin, because there's other cats that hang out in my backyard too, and I'm dad. I'm like, orange cat, get out of here. Black and white stripy cat, get out of here.
Yeah, get a safe trap and take Odiness to the vet and just make sure that their bits and bobs are
My ex-wife is like, she's to the point where she's gonna pay me to do it because she's a cat person.
Nice.
I'm
But I
a
made a
cat person too. I don't need to Venmo you, but just do it.
Hip hop Lincoln. No, I'm making atheism
Lincoln.
great again. Stop doxing people, grow up and get a job, kids. Most of you guys, well, no one here. I love every single person here. But to all my haters and hate watchers later, remember, Honest Sewing says, if you mind
Honest
your own,
Sewing.
if you buy a sewing machine, you won't have time for any other drama. I love Daniel Day-Lewis. Back in my days, kids, we actually had to have a bus pass. None of this electronic stuff.
You actually needed to know how to sew.
And there was a side B to records.
Are you fondling your sewing machine, Skiz? Oh my god, I love you.
It's the
You're
sticker.
like, oh,
Sticker.
okay, let me fondle Brunhilde. We'll have a sewing machine fondling escapade. Oh god, I love it.
It says support, love, safety, respect.
Oh god. Oh, I love it. I'm here for it all day.
Keep stroking. It's that kind of show I got.
If you haven't stroked your sewing machine today, you're not a real human. Don't stroke anything else. Just stroke your sewing machines, kids.
At least not
Or
on
use a
camera.
condom.
Don't stroke your sewing machine. No, don't stroke your sewing machine today when you can't do it tomorrow. What's that saying that you say?
Oh, I said don't laugh at others. Oh, don't laugh at yourself unless you've laughed at yourself today. And oh, what do I say? Don't wait till tomorrow if you can be fabulous today. Something like that.
That's
Don't
gonna
wait
be
till
my
tomorrow
new.
unless you can be fabulous today. And Don't laugh at others unless you've laughed at yourself.
Do you know what? I think that's what bothered the atheist community, because people like me and Skits are actually what they claim to be, because we both work for like real charities that actually help people. And it ticked people off that I'm not humble. So Daniel Day Sewing says, no, I'm not humble. Help people anyways.
Yeah, no, I'm a stupid corporate capitalist who works for myself, which has its own host of problems, but we don't want to talk about that today. We're rounding up, and that's shitty life.
Do you know what's so funny? I use that as an age test of like, do you know what this is? Because I have quite a few in this room, and I'm like, I have a t-shirt of one of those, and when anyone's like, what is that? I'm like, I'm too old for you.
Those little fat things that you had to put into your little records to make it play on your LPs. I used to have a record player that lighted up. Oh, I miss the toys I had when I was a little kid that I don't have anymore, but may or may not still exist, but not in my current
Because of nostalgia. They have reprinted a lot of toys. That's why, like, even Star Trek toys are worth a lot of money because of serial numbers, and like the ones from the 90s are now worth hundreds of dollars.
Just keep them in the box, kids. Do not take your toys out of the box. They're worth more in the box. Don't touch them. Don't touch your junk.
But that makes the sex toys a lot more difficult to use.
Don't put them next to sex toys. What?
No, but you keep the sex toys in the box.
If you're using sex toys,
those depreciate in value, and they're not very good secondhand.
Thank you.
Let's put sex toys out of the box. I missed a whole bunch of things.
Sex toys are like cars. They immediately depreciate when they come off the lot. Immediately. It's like a mattress. Have you ever seen an effing mattress at a secondhand store? No. Socks? No.
Underwear? No. Crocs? No. Flips, maybe.
Oh, I'm gonna fix this brim.
Used vibrator
all the time. I'm gonna wear this. I'm bringing this hat back.
Oh, God.
I'm bringing the hat back. Oh, I haven't finished it yet, but this was just for aesthetics. But I learned how to make the brim more straight. But
I'm bringing the vibrator back.
Some people need to. Some people are way too tense. It is that time of night, but some people are way too tense. That's what I used to say when I first came into the community, just any community. I was like, sex will change your life, guys. It's okay to have sex as an adult. Like, some people need it. The world would be less maniacal. People wouldn't be so hate-filled, you know?
Use protection and ask your partners if they've had STI testing, not medical advice, and make adult decisions and just blow off your steam.
Among other things.
Well, we're from the generation where it was preached as kids, you know, the like wrap it up generation.
And we need to normalize having the conversations of making a date of going and get your testing done.
Oh my God, we need to bring back big hats. I'm sorry. We need to bring back big hats, gaudy clothes, and jackets.
Is that a euphemism for condoms? Like,
sure.
Yes. Bring back big hats.
Godless Sewing Mutual Admiration Society.
Wrap it up, kids.
Bring back big hats. I'm gonna improve this. This is gonna be in my video which goes back to my neighbors, except for the one that sued me 4 times and lost. And I would like to thank the person who doxed me online, because they literally was brought to evidence in court. But besides that, all my other neighbors were probably like, man, sewing. I could walk out and they won't react. I could have a full conversation with one of my neighbors with this hat on and they wouldn't react. They almost expect me to wear crazy stuff.
No, the bigger the better at Godless's house.
Giggity.
You know what? That's not a bad idea. I actually have a ton of steel wire in this room. And I work
18-inch wire and rims on the top will fix it.
I've been really researching hats, like old Biltmore, like professionally made hats. Like, I've been really getting into hat production. Because it's interesting. It's interesting.
It's a skill in and of itself that's different from regular sewing.
Yes, because my shirts don't look this bad.
Well, you just had more time to practice.
And that's it. That's another thing that I'm not scared to make mistakes. Like I am sitting in a room of crappy hats that I love. Like I'm not scared to make sewing mistakes.
No, you need to put a giant patch on that blossom patch, the plaid blossom hat, and that is super cute.
You know what? That's not. I'm wearing it like the blossom hat too. I have fallen in love with that as
Just
well.
put a patch on it to hold the front brim up, and it will be super cute. That like Scully heart coffee one, adorables.
Well, that's not a bad idea.
I know, because I'm brilliant.
I do take all of this into consideration too.
Good. I have good ideas, but bad execution.
Lately, I need to stop buying patches because I'm like running out of places to put them.
Yeah,
So
you gotta use your shit, man.
It used to be the other way around where I like had too many jackets, and somebody who shall remain nameless online, because they were a troll on my Twitter one day, they were like, eventually you're gonna run out of denim. You don't know me.
You don't know me.
Who are these? No, there's
we
no
live on
running
the
out of
most
denim.
we
Go to
live
the
on one of
thrift
the
store.
we are one of the most wasteful species in the universe. Like there's denim everywhere. I have denim that I haven't even revealed yet.
That's
So
in the
no.
secret super hoard.
Well, again, there's a place in LA that you can buy bales of denim.
Stop
Bales.
taunting me about wanting to travel 900 miles to go shopping.
Well, the problem is, like I said yesterday, like I tell Isaiah all the time, it's a space issue, and also, like saying, "Oh, a bale of denim is different than when you have 300 pounds of denim at your house, and you're like, oh, what am I gonna do?"
It's like when people used to talk about 300 kilos of weed. I was like, I don't think I have a closet big enough.
You know what's really funny? My buddy who I visited in Phoenix, like I didn't realize how hardcore they were in Oregon. And she's like, "Oh, you don't have to worry about rips. Just come to my house." I went to her house. She literally had a effing trash bag in her closet. She's like, "Oh," and I'm like, "Oh God, you guys in Oregon play in a different rule. You guys play by different rules
No, we
compared to."
don't. We play by all the rules.
But it was like a literal 55-gallon like construction bag. She's like, "Oh, they just gave it to me. This was just blah blah blah." And I'm like, "This would be $1 million where I live." Like, but it was just in her closet. She's like, "Oh, I'm gonna make butter out of it. I'm bored with it. You can do whatever you want. Take hand fills."
Yeah.
But like, I bought half a bale, and I just finished it. I bought it in 2019, and I just finished my half of my bale like with this chair. When I finished,
Oh, right, your new upgraded chair.
when I reupholstered
Reupholstered?
my reupholstered chair. I am digging this Abe Lincoln style hat. I think it's just because I watched Gangs in New York, and I just like how hard everybody is. Everybody is just so hard, and they're like, no, I'm gonna smoke a pipe even though I'm 14 and have 3 jobs. Like,
I think some like 18, 16, some like thin gauge wire at the top and like 4 spokes on the bottom to help it stand up straight with another one right at the brim, and you're good to go. Would be
I think
my
I have an
only
old
extras.
I have an old lampshade I could probably cut in place too. An old wire lampshade I could put in here.
That would also work.
Can you imagine Abe Lincoln went onto the battlefield wearing his trademark hat when he knew that snipers were around, etc.? That took guts.
That you need a wheelbarrow, because I wouldn't do that. If I knew there was live fire, someone was gunning for me, I'm gonna dress like everybody else.
Sure. And he was too.
That whole
He'd stand out
generation.
without his hat.
Have you ever seen pictures of him without like it's like Abe Lincoln had a very creepy stoic face.
He had
Without the
Marfan
beard.
syndrome.
Really?
He just had a very distinct,
Did you say he had
very
Marfan syndrome? That wouldn't surprise me either, with those like super creepy long fingers. If he
How
did
lanky he
die
was?
from a
He
gunshot
wouldn't have.
probably would
He
have
wouldn't
him.
have lived much longer without modern surgical intervention on his aorta, and because it creates a weakness there's a gene that goes all the way back to jellyfish, and that it it I forget exactly how it works with people with Marfan's, but their aortas always burst around the time about a year after Abe Lincoln would have, if he was killed, he probably would have died
That's
Right,
from
crazy.
having an aorta burst.
Yeah, because
Wow.
Marfan syndrome makes your connective tissue stretchy and your blood vessels are a type of connective tissue. So they ended up with little balloons in their abdominal aorta, which is the part. So you've got your heart, and there's the part that comes off, and then there's your aorta afterwards. So they end up with these little bubbles that get super big and
Aneurysms.
gets thin, which is the aneurysm. So we current modern days we try to correct it if it's less. Hopefully we can catch it if it's less than 5 centimeters, which is actually pretty big. So that's
5 centimeters, like 2.5 inches, right? Or
yes, correct. That would be the American in the imperial.
The Americanese.
In Americanese, that's about 2.5 centimeters, which is a huge balloon in your blood vessel that gets super big at super points. And the tissue, it grows wide, but it doesn't get thicker. It just gets big and thin. So the tissue on the sides is super fragile. So it just needs a little like extra burst, and then you're dead because you just bleed out because your heart's like, and we're here, and yeah, we're not.
Do you know what? It's so crazy how razor thin life is, because I'm one of those people who would not have made it past birth without modern medicine.
Yep.
I would have been one of those babies they chucked on the rocks in Sparta. I'm not kidding you. It's crazy. When you think about modern medicine, I always talk about how penicillin changed the world.
It did. I know that's a whole other discussion we can have next week about the pros and cons of being able to save little kids and old folks who, if without modern medicine, wouldn't make it. And
Without
people who may
S-chip,
or may
I
not
would
should.
have been
Go ahead,
dead.
Commander. Sorry.
Without S-chip, I would have been dead. So,
S-chip?
yeah, the Republicans wound up calling it socialist Hillary care, which, of course, when government providing health care to children of disabled parents winds up preserving the lives of the kids, and Republicans have an enemy.
States Children Health Insurance Program. Okay.
Anything that costs money, the conservatives come after you, because when Arnold Schwarzenegger became governor of California, the first thing he did was cut funding for any kind of special needs program. Anybody with a disability, he literally just cut the funding for schools, all these things that he claimed that he was for. We literally do not have instruments in schools because of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, his guy was a Nazi, so that's another story.
He destroyed California. He basically paid the deficit by taking away anything that was extracurricular, anything. In a weird way, he quietly did what Ron DeSantis is doing in Florida right now out loud. So basically anything that has to do with any kind of ethnicity, and it's not like I found this out through Black Twitter, but it's not, they're going after anything that you could possibly think of in Florida that isn't American. Which, if you think about it, we're a conglomerate of every country that ever came before us or that was here before us. So that's like, what would you consider a American ideal? Because our history is so intertwined with other countries like France, England, Spain. You know, they literally combined to make what is America. You know,
Coming to America. I love the Neil Diamond song.
My a good friend of mine who runs Georgia Pride in the good old state of Georgia. And the sad thing is, in Georgia, they have a white pride and a black pride. And my friend who I grew up with, they run the white pride. They literally separate the pride parades in Georgia. It's weird. It's weird. I asked him, why do they separate the pride? And you know what his answer was? I don't know. I thought he was going to be like, oh, we don't do that and blah, 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 because I thought it was an old wives' tale. And he was like, I don't know why we do that.
But we do.
And he's from where I'm from, same block and everything, you know. But when we were kids, him and I used to sing Neil Diamond like some cheese bags, like some total cheesy geeks. So coming to America makes me want to cry sometimes. It reminds me of the good old days.
That Abe Lincoln hat. On my dad's mom's side of my dad's mom, she's related to one of the people who Abe Lincoln gave a commission to, John Wesley Powell. Now, those people back then were as tough as nails. He lost an arm in the Battle of Shiloh, but still decided he wanted to command troops after that. And then he charted the Colorado River. And that entire generation, tough as nails.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with you. I think back to the things that people went through without the modern things that we have nowadays. Like I don't know if I grew up in a segregated area, would I be as welcoming as the people, as my predecessors? Like my father was the most non-racist human I've ever met. And he grew up in one of the most racist times ever.
Some people react to the racism by saying, oh, this is fucking horrible. Let me not do this again.
Mm-hmm.
Other people, they double down on it. And then some other people react to it by becoming uncofus.
It's I just can never. I would be doing a disservice to myself if I became my enemy or the people who consider themselves my enemy. You know, and Mark, America is so strange.
Yes,
And
we
if you
are.
think about it, like we're the same. Well, Australia is bigger, but Australia has the population of California. We are so overpopulated, and we're the same size as Australia.
Right, but it only had one state that was a penal colony, not the entire country.
America is, and every single state is a different world.
Yes.
Every single state, like Nevada and Arizona are the perfect example because drag, I swear I wasn't going to talk about this, and 4 hours in I'm talking about it, is illegal in Arizona, and it's $1 million business in Nevada. You know what I'm saying? And they're literally right next to each other, you know? So America's crazy. Every single state is different. When you're born, you get a ticket to the freak show. When you're born in America, you get a front row seat. I laughed way too hard recently at this meme where somebody was handing this guy a brain and he's like, no, thanks, bro. I don't need that. I'm an American. It was like 4:30 in the morning and I laughed way too hard at that.
All the bullshit that is been swimming around since the Tea Party. The Russians saw the Tea Party and they said, we can work with that. And just listening to Operator Starsky talk about the bullshit that was swimming around Ukraine, your brain instantly makes the connections.
Mm-hmm.
We are a mental patient country.
Do you know how do you know how much I wanted to cry when people in Texas were burning snow? I legitimately was like, please don't show people how dumb we are. Please, like, stop. Like, please.
Fake snow.
You're
Tons
showing the
and
neighbors
tons
how
and
crazy we are.
feet of supposedly fake snow put there by the Biden and
Oh
the
my
globalists.
I lost it. That's when I was like, oh, how they look at us. Oh, how they must look at us. Do you know, when I went to Canada, people would tell me all the time, they're like, I think you're cool, but I don't like your president. But they were polite about it. I couldn't imagine what they would say to me nowadays, you know? Like,
I'm not sure because they're not really happy with their current prime minister. So Canada's, it's too bad Alibaba's not here to defend Canada because we don't have a voice. But
Exactly.
Canada's got some problems right now.
How's it going? I know we're still going. And I went during the George Bush era. And so but Canada was a different place back then. It was much more liberal than it is now.
Yeah, Justin Trudeau is a weirdo.
So like people would tell me all the time, like, oh, you guys are cool because we were respectful. And people would tell us all the time, like, oh, we'd expect you guys to be rowdy and rude because you're Americans. Like, we have no reason to be. They have good food up there. I drank at the time.
Yeah,
they have great food. Oh, love it. Love it. You know, and I'm the kind of person.
French fries with gravy and cheese curds right now. Oh my god.
Oh, totally. Hungry. I was, but we're pulling to Elvis this evening. This is the part where we're singing gospel songs. And I know I talk about Elvis too much, but I grew up with old time parents. I watched a lot of black and whites, and when I was a kid, I watched a lot of Elvis movies and Gidget movies. So I have an unrealistic view on the world.
And Shirley Temple. Gidget?
You haven't seen the Surfer movies?
No.
Oh god.
Oh, they're just 1960s and surfer movies. And Gidget went all the way to the 80s where they had like Frankie Valli and Gidget did a show. It was like I can't remember. It was like the return of Gidget, and Gidget's daughter surfed. I'm a television geek. I like because of my lung condition as a kid. Like I played sports and stuff, but I spent a lot of time at home, so I watched a gang of television. Gidget was awesome. Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't catch that. I only caught Battlestar Galactica.
The Frank McCord, I think, version when they came to Earth, that was after the original Battlestar Galactica, because in all versions of Battlestar Galactica, they're looking for Earth, but Earth already existed, so wherever they land, they just name it Earth. It's a very Gene Roddenberry, L. Ron Hubbard way to explain how humans got here. For a long time, people couldn't figure out the Broca divide, which is basically, it's a 1980s term, but it's basically like, how did humans go from cave people to building pyramids?
They started building brick structures, and then there were these kind of like buildings which were like tombs, and then they built tombs on top of the tombs, and then tombs around the tombs, and then Imhotep got the idea just to build one big fucking pyramid.
A lot of it was explained like that until the ancient aliens people came around, and then they started basically saying that because of the explosion of stuff, it was aliens, and that's where all the sci-fi people kind of ran with that. Aaron Von Daniken didn't do much for humanity, but he did a lot for sci-fi. They ruined. Oh, go ahead.
Finish what you're going to say.
I was just going to say, like, because the Broca divide was just, Charles Broca came out with this hypothesis of, like, it was more of a question of, like, how did we get here? Because we literally went from, like, chucking rocks and stones at each other to building pyramids, you know? And they're, just like in Ancient Aliens Debunked, there's a real explanation. You just have to be adult enough to hear it. And not out in the fringes and think that aliens seeded us.
There's this one video that says that the reason why the invasion of Ukraine happened was because there's a UFO buried in Oleski Sands National Park. And when you think about it, this is where my brain was going. Supposedly there's all this grand technology, right, that the aliens have, that this propaganda video said that Putin has one of those spacecraft, but yet he's wheeling in T-62s. So all the grand technology the aliens are supposed to have, and they're teaching us how to stack blocks.
That's another thing. If I had a planet of minions, I would be like, here's how you fly spaceships. Like, I wouldn't just be like, oh, I need slaves. Slaves get boring. I would like want companions. Superiority is overrated.
And then the Enuma Elish and all the Babylonian stuff. Supposedly they created human beings. The aliens did. I'm just taking a synopsis of what comes from the ancient aliens, people of the Anunnaki and all that.
Oh gosh.
And to mine gold, because all these space aliens need to mine gold, but there are asteroids with much more gold more easily available than in the Earth's crust.
And as humans, if we could get there, we would be mining it right now, but gold would drop. Gold would become cheaper than dirt, you know.
Well, there'd
Actually,
be like some kind of balance, because it still takes a lot of energy to get something to the asteroid and a lot of energy to get it back into the solar system to where we can have it on Earth. So you'd be paying for the energy, not the stuff.
That whole ancient alien thing's always made me angry because they always try to discount the human race. They don't, just because we can't figure out what the ancients did doesn't make them less intelligent. And it's this constant flex of saying like, oh, because we're modern people, like maybe we're the cave people. Maybe we're digressing and we don't even realize it, you know?
On the shills, we have one of the shills is Loki Fish Mars, and he talks about how he did optics. And I, as someone who was a machinist for 15 years, would have never done things the way he did, but he basically ground it by hand on a bench grinder, while I would have chosen to use $4,000 worth of equipment.
Yeah. All right. We'll let Skits Crasher go to sleep. Does anybody have anything to shill?
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
I'm making a video where we're going to be responding to Trump's latest treasonous garbage about getting rid of NATO and him screaming America first. We're going to tie that together with Marjorie Taylor Greene and her bullshit. And then I have Tucker Carlson made up exactly like this. And I'm not sure if I'm going to use the model that I have of, God, what's his face that I'm trying to remember. It's that Nazi who started the America First PAC. Basically a debunking video. We're going to be making fun of these assholes with 3D models.
Nice.
We talked about this earlier. If it goes crazy tomorrow, I will go live. But I think even if he does get popped, it's just going to be like what the news does is they get 5 clips. They show it over and over and have their talking heads talk about it for 9 hours. Like, we all know what's going to happen. If Trump really, it's raining right now. What is this wet stuff from the sky this time of year? What? And it's pouring. I am not used to this weather. I am not built for this anymore. This is not Portland, Oregon.
But God pissing on us.
Yeah, exactly. But if Trump does go to jail, I just want to see how the dummies are going to react. I don't think the Gravy Army is going to do anything. I think they're all keyboard warriors.
Yeah, I think they're going to play them off as martyrs. And if I can go next, don't wait till tomorrow to be fabulous today. And if you haven't laughed at yourself today, don't laugh at others. I am at Phoenix Electra Circus on most of the social medias, and my cats are telling me I need to go to bed now because I got an early day tomorrow. Heart you all. Thank you, everybody. You're all amazing.
So remember, here at the Godless Sewing channel, it's wherever you're from first, because it's not just about America. And something. Godless sewing. Be kind to people. And if you're having a bad day, make something goofy. Like I always say, make something goofy. It'll make you feel better. Look at me. I look crazy, but I'm smiling. See? I will see you
Awesome
next
hat.
time.
I love
Be
it.
yourself. Always be yourself for those who can't. And I will definitely see you next time.
Oh, hands showed up finally.
Rock
The
out with
11th
the
hour, the
rock out.
midnight.